Hello again, Struck. Welcome back to my channel and my stream. Today, starting early, and we will be doing some theory crafting. This time again, where I will be creating from scratch some builds. Well, one of them actually started earlier. Someone was asking me about what I would do to the build they sent me, and I kind of have the skills that I recommended to him for an Arrow Storm 2.0. But overall, let's get to the polls so you can see the results. Where was it? Over here. Those polls. Just a moment. Just needed to check something on the browser, so I'm gonna hide it for a second. But yeah, with those polls where I asked you which of my old pre-betas builds to update. You did vote and I did listen. So again, I'm gonna show my browser. Here are the poll results. So what have I done from those poll results? Starfall, Snowball, Ice Potion already done on Sork. By the way, I will start with the Rogue because the last build I uploaded was Druid. With the Necro, Mr. Bones, which I'm gonna rename to Dr. Bones, because I like playing female Necros, and I'm not a fan of the Mr. in that build. But Doctor doesn't specify female, male character, whatever you wanna call it. So I'll probably rename this build, but this one is coming. Probably won't theorycraft that now. But what we need to theorycraft now is the Arrow Storm for sure, and a few more. So from the druid builds I made before, the Lycan Lacerator is something that I still need to make, but I will prioritize today the Arrowstorm 2.0, then maybe the Juggler, um, and then after that it's Stork, which would mean something new. And I'm thinking of the Firewall build I've been playing, the burn based build, the one I've been playing in the Server Slam. And if time allows it, maybe Dr. Bones, maybe. And if time allows it even further, like an Lacerator. Currently it's 16:22 until midnight, maybe sooner than midnight. It depends how fast I'll get that. I couldn't sleep last night, so I sat on the PC early to work on that build video for today. So yeah, we have builds to make. Since I want to make them properly and prepare them so that later on all that's left would be the videos, the recording and stuff, I will be taking longer than than making the skill points. But first, I will make the skill points for at least, let's say, 3 of them, maybe 4. Let's make the skill points for 4 of them. Again, starting with Rogue. Mm, I have this thing here for the Rogue already. Heartseeker, Enhanced Heartseeker, Fundamental Heartseeker. This is me reworking the code Arrow Storm um, built with Rain of Arrows. Except the guy said, one guy asked me, what would you do if I were to do rapid fire instead of barrage? Well, I personally would still prefer to play it with barrage, but I will do it with rapid fire this time around for this person, because he has the idea of stacking the going for the critiness. And I guess it makes sense. Okay, that's fine. There are some things I probably would slightly. I already gave him some suggestions and changed some stuff for him. Mm, just double checking if I might not want to make some final changes. I mean, obviously not going to be entirely final because I need to pick the gear, and then after picking the gear, I might change some stuff here. So let's say I'm gonna copy paste the Icy Hunter. Icy Hunter was using Heartseeker and Rapid Fire, so maybe I will make it with Barrage just to keep it. But again, I want to use the range, the long range, and Barrage is kind of a more of a close range, good for close quarters builds and stuff, hybrid builds. So I could keep it with Heartseeker and Rapid Fire, but I already have a Heartseeker Rapid Fire code build, but this one was with a clone and Dark Shroud and stuff. Whereas with that one I'm making now, we'll be focusing on stealthiness. So there will be some differences, especially when it comes to gear and the ultimate. Mm, okay, Arrow Storm 0.0. Done. Now we don't need the Dark Shroud stuff for sure. For the item, it's clear which one we want. We want the one that used to be a legendary aspect, but is now a unique item. The one that gives Arrow Storm O imbuements all the time. So this is the one. It was an amulet, I think. It was some sort of a trinket for sure. Most definitely was a trinket. Let's go to unique items. Rogue. Oh no, it wasn't. Actually, it was rogue. But amulet, yeah, this is it, the amulet. So yeah, this Reign of Eros is always imbued with all imbuements at once. It used to be a legendary. I think I still keep the record of which one it was. This one, it used to be Slitting Imbuements. I think it no longer exists, the Slitting Imbuements. So I won't put it. I won't put it over here because I'm pretty sure it just no longer exists. What we would do, well, this precision stuff I will probably keep. Frostburn, not a bad item to keep, but what I'll do now is paste here, then do this, and copy, and paste, then put, and paste, and do this, and do this. Okay, so we have Word of Hakan, most important build around me, but then we have the Sky Hunter, obviously the Harlequin Crest. I suggest almost every build to use that one, unless specifically needing another helmet. Um, Now let's look at some of the other stuff that we might put for this build in terms of uniques to strive towards. Mm, this one will be interesting. I mean, 10 to 20% chance to deal double damage, although we already have the Sky Hunter bow. So do I want Sky Hunter? Yeah, Sky Hunter would be perfect because it just works nicely with precision, and it works nicely with that specific build. The first direct damage you deal to an enemy is a guaranteed critical strike. So the first arrow shot from the first arrow we shoot from, where is it? From rapid fire will be a guaranteed critical. This one ideally would be for something that is big damage, single hit big damage, like penetrating shot maybe. That would be probably better for Reign of Eros. And I don't know, I might actually change this to a penetrating shot setup. It just might work better. Because sure, rapid fire is interesting and nice. You think nice Diablo 4 trailer. Where did they release a new one? I watched a new one couple of days ago or yesterday, and that was decent. So yeah, I probably instead of picking rapid fire, I'll pick penetrating shot because the damage, just the damage, is amazing. Although rapid fire very good versus bosses, bursting down bosses. You'll be critting a lot. But this one also will be critting pretty much a bunch. Yeah, the original Arrow Storm I used Barrage, but this time around I think Penetrating Shot is good because it gives us that extra range, but it also gives us some AoE, and with the right items it could be amazing. The one with the weird music, the one where there was a female vocal, some weird sounding female pop vocal. That new so-called indie pop that's not really indie because it's they have producers behind them like publishers and stuff. But yeah, that pop music with the female vocal. I'm assuming you're talking about that specific one, the launch trailer as they called it. Okay, we've decided on penetrating shot, so now I've got some more ideas. There was a nice legendary for it. We don't want another bow because we're using the Sky Hunter, and that should be enough for us. Can I? Okay, I guess it fits now. I could squeeze in. I could squeeze in condemnation. We don't care much about the dual-wielded weapons damage, but critical strike chance against injured, core skill damage. Core skills do increase damage when spending 3 combo points, and your basic skills using this weapon have 30% chance to generate 3 combo points. This we don't care about, because we're not gonna use it unless we decide to use puncture. Using puncture would give us that, but puncture would lose a lot of the range. I'm trying to build ranged build as much range as possible. Although caltrops kind of beats the whole purpose of building a purely ranged build. So this one is probably a good alternative to look for a dagger. But before I pick another unique item, first let's pick some legendary items because I want to make sure I'm not sacrificing too many legendary items for uniques, because first of all it's very hard to get uniques, um and yeah, we have certain legendaries we want to put. This one definitely, it's the namesake of the build. Namesake of the build definitely goes there. Oh shit. Oh shit. There it is. Arrow storms. This might be extremely underwhelming. Guess time will tell whether this really is worth it. That those arrow storms where they would actually do decent DPS or not. There was one with this one again. This one is no longer in the game. It seems they made it into a unique, as I showed you. Where was the one for penetrating shot? This one. One, two, three, four, five, six. 5, 6 is fine. 1, 2, 3. I could put another one here. 4, 5, and then 6. And if we use the bow, one needs to go. If we use the amulet, another needs to go. Let's see which legendary aspects I could see myself getting rid of. So 20 to 30% multiplicative increased potency against vulnerable enemies. So let's see the strength of my imbuement. Is it worth those 20-30% against vulnerable? So yeah, it's gonna be a little bit of extra damage and a little bit of extra chilling. This one I'm removing. I mean, I could keep it as a temporary. Let me decide for now. I could keep it as a temporary, and then once the bow drops, maybe remove it. Um, it could work that way, or once the amulet drops, remove it. Although I'd rather put something else on the amulet SWAT. There were some more useful legendary ones. Again, this one kind of doesn't exist anymore, so let's do that. Okay. I think not so bad if you'll be building combos. I'm looking for, and there was another one with stealth, but not the trap stealth one. There was another one somewhere. Also, using an agility skill reduces the cooldown of subterfuge. Scout drops reducing the cooldown of concealment. Oh, this is not bad. But yeah, to benefit from the Sky Hunter, to make the most out of this first direct damage, it's obviously better instead of using rapid fire to use something like a penetrating shot. Or what was the name of the other one? Oh, barrage, not rapid fire, not. Fishing blades would be nice, but I'd rather focus on the precision skills because this one is a cutthroat, ranged but cutthroat. So yeah, I think with this item, it was worth removing Rapid Strike for penetrating shot, considering this one. What else could be useful? Huh, okay. Interesting things. I don't think I can do direct damage with caltrops. Oh, it does a little bit of damage, but 30%. But still, it means it can still trigger the thing. Can still trigger that, but it needs to be a dazed enemy. And I'm not using smoke bomb for easy dazing. Oopsie daisy. Let's see, breaking stealth. Nah, this is definitely not worth it. Even if I had often ways to do that. Hmm. See, something that could be considered is this one. This one is amazing because with that bow, we have all the imbuements at once, which means we would have shadow imbuement uh, triggered on the enemies. Even if we have coat imbuement, I still haven't put the skills here, so don't pay attention to those skills. Those are the actual skills here. So even though coat is our imbuement, once you get that unique item, you would have all the other ones, which means you would be triggering stuff like that one. And I think it would be amazing synergy for the build. First, it's maximum life on kill, but second, the stealth. The stealth is it's extra free stealthing. Not much more needs to be set. Enough set free stealth every now and then. Since we are a build that's focusing on stealth and concealment, and it gives us this the skill that breaks concealment always makes enemies vulnerable. It's just great, great synergy, but you won't see the most out of that synergy until this amulet drops. That's why I'm putting this at the very bottom. It belongs there for now. Now leave a note. After the amulet drops. After. Okay. And I did say that this one we will be sacrificing. So we just need maybe one more utility. Let's start putting things into perspective. Life and protection. Fence. What do I want to put in the amulet? Even if it means reworking the amulet stuff later, moving things around. Um, Bow, amulet, helmet are places where I don't want to put my good aspects. So exploiter's aspect probably in the boots. Safest. Oh, it's already there. Perfect. So let's remove that and that. Vengeful. Vengeful in the amulet is not a bad choice. But it's not gonna increase this 9 crit chance. Maybe trick shot temporarily until the unique drops. And once the unique drops, this one will move wherever I decide to put corruption. I probably wouldn't put it here. I'm thinking of putting it someplace like here. So this trick shot will eventually go there. As for arrow storms, do I want to put it in the gloves? So expectant we have here and imitated imbuement. What was the imitated imbuement? I kind of forgot. Oh, that's the shadow clone, right? Yeah, it's the shadow clone that imitates us. Okay, so this is not in the build anymore, which means 3 plus 100% effectiveness. What has just emptied up. Did I put vengeful there? I mean, what we have left right now is vengeful. Yeah, I guess that's the only one from the offensive ones that hasn't been placed. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But again, vengeful, sure, this will become 60 to 100% chance. Whereas trick shot, you know what, let's put trick shot here. And let's put vengeful there. And vengeful eventually will get removed um, from the amulet slot, but it doesn't mean it will go away completely. It will just replace corruption. So yeah, Word of Hakan, priority number 1, Sky Hunter priority number 2, Harlequin Crest priority number 3. I'm still missing something. I need to give an alternative here. In case we're not using that, I'll give an alternative. Hmm. That's interesting. This Mangler goes very well with this one, with Uncanny Treachery. No, no, where was it? The one with the days. Yeah, actually, that's it. That's exactly it. The one with the days. It's found together with Mangler. But I don't know. Not a fan of it right now. This days would be better if I use a smoke grenade with it as well. So it's just a different type of build. Uh, I have Ravenous here. Do I really want Ravenous? Yeah, I actually want it. But I don't know. Is there something better? Just energizing. So not that great. And what was here, I wonder? Hmm. There aren't that many more options. How am I doing with the crowd control with this setup? Hmm. I do have this one going on for me, so in terms of vulnerable, I'm fine. What about crowd controls of proper stun days immobilize? Oh, then there's the chilling. That's our crowd controlled enemies. I mean, we're cold imbue. That's gonna be a ton of chilling and freezing. That by itself is enough to justify the Umbro one, even if it's a temporary one. So let me look at the aspects again. Ravenous or Umbro? Killing a vulnerable enemy, or just oops. Let's say instead of Ravenous, I go Umbro for this specific one. And I still need an alternative to Lethal Dusk as a temporary fewer. This is again temporary because if you don't have this bow, you don't need Lethal Dusk. amulet, I mean. If you don't have Word of Hakan. Shared misery, maybe, I don't know. I think I'll take Mangler. Might be interesting to mess around with Mangler as a temporary. Just temporary until the Shaku drops. Once you get the Shaku, you no longer need it. So yeah, let's do this thing. Which means hmm, utility, okay. Okay, this is fine. Let me save this by the way. So we've decided the skills and stuff. I'm not gonna fill this because this is super time consuming and you'll be bored watching me do pretty much the thing I need to start doing is go over here, take the skill I need, copy paste. Take the skill I need, copy paste. In our case it was penetrating shot. But the thing is every time I copy paste I need to go and recopy the first one because Google is buggy and who knows, that bug might have existed since forever. For me, ever since I've been making this stuff, it's existed. So I'm not gonna do all of this now. I normally do that late in the morning hour, early morning hours of stream. So what I'll do now is Paragon board, stats and gems and stuff like that. You don't wanna see me do live on stream because it's just gonna be boring. Whereas the Paragons are the fun part. But what we wanna do first is select all the aspects that we picked. I'll return for this one in a moment. Hmm. Peter disk, siphon protection. I think this one has siphon protection. Hmm? So, Poiter Mangler, I took those, right? That's interesting. Bus Trapper, Vengeful, Expectant. Hmm. Did it go? Okay. Umbro as well. Did I take trick shot and corruption? Corruption I took. Trick shot I don't think I did. There we go. And Umbro. Did I take the uniques? By the way, for the Umbro, we can get an upgrade, a unique ring eventually. Not sure which one would be nice, but either one of those two would work nicely. Crit strike, crit damage probably would be better than Wiki hit chance. Both of those give us core skill damage, and both of those we can trigger. Hitting 5 or more enemies is doable with penetrating shot. Not on bosses, unless the boss counts for 5 enemies, then in that case, yes. And I think the crit strike crit damage is just great together with the core skill damage. Overpower probably won't be, it probably would be a waste. Mm, then this one is also worth it. But I'm thinking of Mother's Embrace, Lilith's ring, the ring of Lilith. So this thingy goes like so. Thingy goes like so. Thingy goes like so. Now Mother's Embrace. Could replace Umbro. Okay, I'll have that in mind. Sky wants some food, so just a moment, I need to give him that. Now it's time for the Paragons. Moment. Okay. For the Paragons. Oh wait, let me put here Keiko. Think to Mother's Embrace. Where did it go? Haven't selected it. That's why it's not here yet. Trick shot, corruption, expectant. Okay. Then we have Arrow Storms and then Vengeful. Although no, it's not gonna be Vengeful there, it's gonna be Khan. And corruption goes there. No. Vengeful goes where corruption is. That was Arrow Storms, right? Was the mangler on the chest? No, it's on the helmet. So it doesn't matter. It's replaced. Siphon protection. I didn't. Oh yeah, this doesn't have siphon protection in the calculator, which means just a little dusk. Okay, safe. Now comes the hard part because we have to do some heavy heavy calculations. Well, not calculations, heavy counting. We'll have to count stuff. And for this one, I have to just share another screen. Where did it go? Text, text, text. Moment, I need to enable another overlay screen. So this one. Let me quickly copy paste. Copy pasting this one. Yeah, that's the one we'll copy paste. I'll have to rework those obviously, but I'm just gonna adapt them. Saves me some time because I already know the numbers for those ports. Moving on to paragons. Let's see. First of all, let's look at some of the boards. Which ones might I consider? Not inner sight for sure. No witnesses. We already have it here. Cool. Exploit weakness. We already have it. Cool. Cunning stratagem. I already have the number for it. Deadly ambush. I've got it here. Cheap shot. Yeah, but I don't wanna base my damage on nearby enemies. I wanna be ranged, as ranged as possible, as far away from them as possible. But let's look at the remaining stuff. Damage to crowd controlled, damage reduction from SWOT, crit damage to crowd control, and crit strike. Damage to healthy, armor, damage to crowd control. Okay, this one not for me. This one not for me. Although let's see what's nearby. Damage to elite. This damage to elites is tempting. There's physical damage, crit strike damage. Destruction from distant enemies. Damage to distant enemies. Not bad if I take it just for the stuff around here. Let me double check this and see what stats it's got and write it down. 'Cause I might need it. Again, not for using this, but for just using the socket stuff. So it has 44 strength. What's the name? 6 of the trait. 6 of the trait. So it was 44 strength. And that's 29 intelligence. Okay, not much. Definitely not a board worth making an intelligence one. How much dex? 70 dex. Well, not bad. That is what, 10, 12, 14. 14 times the bonus. If it's for each 5 dex kind of thing. Okay, for now let's leave that as it is. This one is Eldritch Bounty, which I've got the information for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So I've got only two are missing from there. But yeah, those two, we just don't need them. Install elements, damage after dodging an attack. Attack speed, damage to hits. Each class has one board where it's easy to reach the legendary node without spending too much on the way from the cluster. For this one, it's that one, Deadly Ambush, because you see there is no gap here. You can immediately go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, boom, you've got it from the cluster. So now we have to decide on stuff that I consider useful for the setup. The previous build I made for precision kind of has the important stuff here. Non-physical damage, crit damage with core skills, control, which is damage to crowd controlled, damage with imbued skills. We have physical damage, we have damage to shield, we have damage with marksman skills, damage to trapped enemies, and damage to vulnerable. Let's see if I've missed anything. So enemies affected by trap skills. Poison, non-physical. I'm pretty sure I've got this one. Yeah, physical, cutthroat, core skills one, throw. We have it. I could add potential alternatives. If I like something, I'll add it. Reduce physical damage from vulnerable enemies, so that's good on boss fights. Hmm. Hmm. Okay. VDT. Just double checking if I haven't missed anything. That's it. Well, now that I know them, I should decide again where I wanna put what, and that would help me decide which boards I actually wanna take. I'll definitely go with the starting board. In the starting board, in the previous setup, I went with physical damage. I'm thinking maybe marksman skills. Let me double check. Oh fuck, that's not the right place. This one's considered marksman, right? Yeah. One definitely shouldn't be. This one is neither marksman nor cutthroat. This one as well. But I do have the two marksmen, so marksman or physical. Um, which one was the physical one? Chip, chip, and the other one was ranger. By using a ranged weapon, you take 10% reduced damage. Hmm. What if we decide to make it a different type of stat? First of all, we gotta decide where we put the strength stuff. Those two have the most strength. For intelligence, it's those two. For intelligence, I really want combat. I want to get combat as soon as possible. First board after the starting board will be combat. So combat needs to go in the one with the most intelligence. In my case, it's this one, 49 intelligence. And yeah, I guess I picked it before in the same spot. Then exploit. Exploit. I put it here before in a strength, 54 strength, and I've got another one with 54 strength. So that one has 60 dex, 34 int. What? Why did I put infusion there? Although, yeah, int 34. But why in the 34 and not in the 39? I'm kind of baffled why I used it there. There was some sort of a reason because probably the other ones were taken and that was the leftover. Um, so cunning stratagem is where I put control before, which is then crowd control, and it's int 39. So for this one, void. And we only need one strength. We don't need damage to trapped as much. Damage to trapped is the least one I need from all of those here I've shortlisted. Means that one here definitely could be Dex. As I did it before. And this one for Ranger maybe, yeah. Dex 70. One is Dex. So if I go this, I could pretty much copy paste the the paragons probably, except that one is 70 dex, and it would be better than deadly ambush. For that case, for extra, I can get extra 2 times 14.4 damage with imbue. But yeah, I'm going cheap, and the starting board cheap seems to be a solid choice. Although damage with imbue is not a bad choice either, honestly. Oh no, it's for int. So it's either chip or frost feeder or ranger at the beginning, and I think chip is better. So let's put it. Chip. Chip is here, and I did say combat is under exploit weakness. There is exploit weakness. Combat, combat, combat. This will be board number 2. Which one would be the next? Now that we've gotten combat and we've gotten chip, I'm thinking infusion maybe. No, exploit next for bosses. Although damage with imbued skills. I'll decide it later. Let's just start it. Maybe before I do that, control is int. Probably not. So infuse int 4. One, I could do some changes. See, ranger here that is with 70 in dex can go over here. And that means we have 39 int instead of the 34 int for infusion. Alternatively, I could actually get 44, but that means exploit we will have to suffer, which is strength. So instead of 54, it could go to a 44. Or it could go to a 49, and that way it's only suffering 1. So we're losing 1 times 7.2 damage to vulnerable, but we're getting times 14.4 damage with imbued. Tough choices. The good thing about damage to vulnerable is even if I don't have my imbue, it would work as long as I keep the imbue up, and it will be easy to keep it when it matters on bosses. So probably ranger going here. We'll just empty up that one for this one. Possibly ranger here and possibly possibly infusion there. Okay. An stratagem we probably won't do. And where is control? Control is damage to crowd controlled. Oh yeah, we probably would skip this one altogether. There won't be room for everything. This one, let's forget it. No witnesses, exploit. Okay. And we are skipping. That one is potentially for infusion, but potentially we might skip it. Potential enemies affected by traps, trap damage. Yeah, we could probably skip this one as well. And deep shot. Hmm. As well. Which one is that one? Tricks of the Trade. Tricks of the Trade. Ranger. Seems to fit best there. Eldritch Bounty was Infusion. Okay. Which one is the one with the potion? Doesn't this class have one of those that gives you potion healing increase? Like in Biber for the mage, for example, for the Sork. Guzwer for the barbarian. Frost Feeder is interesting because I get 20% increased chill effect from it. And just marking that I didn't take this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's doable with 5. Okay, time for the real stuff now. Always start the same way. In this one we were doing Dex and Chip. Dex. Hmm. Okay. This one maybe we can come for it later. Although it is worth it. 2 points for 9.6 physical. Now how do I rotate this? Hmm. Okay. Okay, now here probably best if this one is done and one, so you can take that int, take that int, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then Hmm. I think I'll take. Doesn't matter which one. In any case, it will be 3 decks. Take this route. Brings us closer to that one later to expand. Just 3 points to reach the border. Okay, did I click here? I clicked here. Then next. Next is, as I said, crit damage with core skills. This is the most important for me to get early on in the early levels. So combat went into exploit weakness. Wait, was the one I think I just did exploit weakness. Yeah, that was the exploit weakness one. So after that comes. It's gonna be either vulnerable damage or infusion. Even Kenny is not gonna be a bad choice. So infusion or exploit, which one would I want first? Let's see. Exploit weakness goes into no witnesses, and in infusion goes into Eldritch Bounty. Hmm. They're both good. I'll go for the infusion one first. Oh, fuck it. Not go with the infusion one first. Let's take the no witness. No witnesses is a strength board. Strength. This gives us 54. So from which way do I want to enter? Yes, this way, so we can go exit up. But then I want that crit. Okay, this way. That way we are close to the crits. Now, what route would be better to take? Do I want to go from here? 1, 2, 3, or here 1, 2, 3? In any case, it will be kind of the same amount of points. thinking which way would be the cheaper one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7 to reach this one and the other ones. Oh wait, actually 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 fewer points. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah. The other way is the better way. Have an int or one dex. Well, we'll need the dex later. That was not the right way to enter. This was the right way to enter. Okay, so the entrance is through here. Well, we need to connect this side. Then we connect from this side, that side. That side, that side, that side. Now I can either do willpower or I could take those two. It's one extra point, but I'm not taking the willpower. Here we can just take the dex, connect. One, I'm pretty close to it, so I'll come back later to pick it up. Yeah, one extra point, but I think it's gonna be worth it, especially if you meet the requirement of 170 plus 90 times 2. So yeah. One should be 350 strength required to get it. I've got 255 just from out of nowhere without even including strength from items, from gear. So it should be doable. One is the same but intelligence. Again, should be kind of doable. It was this. And next is now infusion, which is Eldritch Bounty. Okay. Int. Is it int? It's int. Potion healing or strength. I'm not sure if I want that 2% potion healing. Now to exit, we need to go through this way. This is nearby. We will return back to take it. Okay, you know what? Let's take it now. "39 intelligence taken, all of it." Which imbuements Q damage? How many did we get now? 100 and... Where is it? "52, okay. And then this, 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 this. Now it's the last board that I'm gonna connect. I forgot the name of it. It was this one, right? Tricks of the trade. The rest, we don't care much. We discarded the rest. Let's put tricks of the trade there. And at this point, tricks of the trade, if I'm not mistaken, was, yeah, Dex. And we put Ranger here. Hmm. Okay. I've got a little bit more points to put it here. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5, 6. Not a fan of this. If I do it that way, I'll still have to do those 2 points. Whether it's here or here, it doesn't matter much. Do we connect through double int or do we connect through strength int text? Double int it would have to be. So at this point, yeah. And from this point onwards, it's filling. From this point onwards, it's filling, yeah. Let's save this now. This is almost ready with this build and I can move on to the next one. What level was it? 92. So when it comes to filling, 20% damage to close enemies. Man, this is amazing. I think that's not right. 40.5 damage to, oh, that's damage reduction, and still 40.5% damage reduction to close enemies. But it doesn't mention whether it's plus or X. So it's probably X if there is no plus. And this is 20% damage reduction from close enemies. This might be broken. I don't think that's the real number. Initial distant enemies. This seems fun, but there were other things that we wanted to take, such as this stuff here. Not sure if I want this 1 point. I'll leave it for people to decide if they want to take it. I personally don't think I need it as much. Did I get close to any of the... I did get close to this one, but it's not worth the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11 points just for 15 damage, and it's not all the time, and it's not to all the enemies. It just obviously not worth that many points. We can come back here and get more decks. I can get 9.6 times increased physical damage with 3 points, and I'm getting some extra stuff. Hmm. Distant enemies, that's gonna be it. And this denaturation to close is extremely tempting. If it really is as much as it says it is. And I do have the right amount of points to get it. I've got 11 points more. This should be just the right amount to take everything here. Just it fit like a glove. It wouldn't have fit if I wouldn't have fit if I took that one movement speed, this one here. If I took that one, I would have been 1 point short up there. Yeah, I think we're happy with the result here. Save. Yeah. Without checking that I don't have anything in those sockets. Taking up points. Save share again, just in case. And let's put it here. And the next build We should start working on it. Let me remember which one was the next in order. Um, so we did Arrow Storm. Then it's the Barbarian's turn for Jaguar. Jaguar. This is one of the trickiest things to make as a Barbarian build, swapping build on the Barbarian. Because without playing a swapping build in the late game, or at least at level 50 plus, it's difficult to figure out if it's really viable to go for such a build. Because on paper it doesn't seem as viable. But I'll attempt it to update the Jaguar, which means I'll need to check the old Jaguar. Let me just put this there, put this there. And this one needs to be a Barbarian. Let me check what the old Jaguar had. Where are you, Juggernaut? The Juggernaut. I should have named him the Juggernaut, but I need the shortest, the name of the build, the better for me. The Juggernaut. He was using Frenzy. Oh, Frenzy, Hammer of the Ancients, Ground Stomp, Leap. So classic stuff. It was my classic Steel Grasper. I'm wondering if a Leap Quaker won't fit well as a Jaguar. Like Jump Quaker, Stomp Quaker, Quake Leaper, Frog build, or whatever you want to call it. I'm wondering if such a build won't be a good evolution of the Jaguar, or whether I should keep it closer to the original. So, okay. Let me look at some items. Looking at items would give me the inspiration needed. Okay. Once I check the items, I'll realize what I need to build around, because some of the items, they're pretty straightforward. After swapping 6 times, you gain this. After swapping 6 times, you gain that. So I'll see what those items are pushing me towards in terms of mechanics, and then build around those mechanics. First of all, unique items. Let's see if there's a unique item for swapping that would work pretty solidly well. Let's fix this. I've missed it before. Doesn't say anything about swapping in any of the weapons, the unique weapons. Well, with Battle Trance, I think Frenzy and Battle Trance would be good synergy with juggling. Because we'll definitely need at least one skill to be dual wielding, so why not Frenzy? Rage of Harugat. Reduce the cooldowns of your non-ultimate skills. So non-ultimate, see, this one is not an obvious synergy, but it is a good synergy. And mostly a good synergy because we want to reduce the cooldowns as much as possible. The more we reduce cooldowns, the more we can spam certain skills, and if those skills have different weapons attached to them. There's also charges, multiple charges to mastery skills. So I think a good juggler build would use two weapon mastery skills. Which let me check. There's also things that give charges from legendaries and from uniques, to things like there was, for example, I think there was something that gives charge, um, um, an extra charge, or maybe it wasn't charge, maybe it was no, 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 no. It was Steel Grasp. Steel Grasp gets an extra charge, and then there's the legendary item that gives it an extra charge as well. And that's three charges, so you can try to juggle this one with something else. I wonder if I want to take Death Blow and Steel Grasp together. I can juggle those and give both of them an extra charge with a single item. I'll keep looking. I'll keep looking. This item also suggests bleeding. It suggests bleeding, so maybe Thorns and Thorns. Maybe bleeding and Thorns with juggling is the build for a juggler build, which would which would make me take completely different skills. It would make me take Rupture maybe. Let me just remove this. So in the old one, I was using again the old juggler. The old juggler was Iron Maelstrom, which again it has a little bit of bleeding from old ultimates. It's the only one, if I'm not mistaken, that had it. Oh no, there was actually, yeah, that's the only one with the actual bleeding on it. So another thing I could use. I do need to make enemies vulnerable though, and Steel Grasp has that built in easily. Let me look for vulnerable to remember what other options I had to make enemies vulnerable. Kick for 4 seconds. This one, 2 seconds. I've never used kick in a build. I've never used kick in a build yet. Um, Pressure point with core skills. Yeah, this is a good way to do it as well. So Juggler, I probably won't use Hammer of the Ancients, but I do need a burgeoning weapon and I do need a swashing weapon if I'm gonna be doing juggling. Let me check the items. There were swapping items. Swap. After swapping weapon 10 times, your next attack will overpower. After swapping 6 times, increased attack speed. After swapping 6 times, gain 45. They're extremely underwhelming. Extremely underwhelming, all three of them. But the juggler build is supposed to be about swapping all. It's again on paper. On paper, this seems like the most underwhelming thing you can do to the barbarian, built around this walking arsenal, and around swapping as a mechanic. On paper, but you never know. I might end up liking it eventually when I get to level up a barbarian to level 50 plus, and try it out. It might end up becoming strong, but I'm just not seeing from where the damage will come. 20% attack speed is just not that great for 4 seconds, and requiring 6 weapon swaps to get that. Then this one, 10 weapon swaps, not 6 this time, but 10, just so you can get a little bit of a little bit of extra overpower on your next attack. And if you were to compare it to this one, that gives you up to 225 to 400 increased damage to your charge or leap. Um, it just, the numbers just don't add up. But this one is gonna work nicely when you inflict bleeding on elites. And if you look at that unique item, when you inflict bleeding on elites. So this leads me to believe that maybe this item was removed as a legendary and they made it the Rage of Harugat. So maybe this one won't exist, quickening pulse, because they're the exact same effect. And I doubt they would leave this as a legendary if they're already using it as a unique. That's how they created uniques. They took some legendaries and promoted them visually to be uniques, but in its core they're still uniques. They're still legendaries, and maybe they took the overpowered ones and made them made them uniques. Because this one, yeah, for a legendary, it might be a little bit too overpowered. For a unique, with fixed stats and stuff, maybe it fits. I don't know. It's this is the most. I always had problems with this build before when I made the first version of the Jaguar. I'll make it. I won't expect it to be strong. I'll make it. I'll build around this, and this and this in the same build. But I don't expect it to be that great, one bit. And let's take the unique item first. First, we're taking the Rage of Harugat, which means again I'll have to add some bleeding. Bleeding on elites. Bleeding on elites. I'm thinking of Battle Transfer Frenzy as well. I'm thinking of this one. I'm also thinking of that one to keep it. I'm also thinking of this one. Yeah. This is they're just good synergies for many builds. If I use Rupture, although that one would be nice. What edition did you buy? I bought the best one. I did get myself the best edition, but again, this tier skip, the extra, what is it, extra $10 for something that costs $20. Um, Again, I consider this a little bit of a after finding out that the tier skips give people advantage. I feel guilty for buying it because that's the it has the potential to give people an unfair advantage over others because I can focus on leveling up instead of focusing on doing my seasonal content when the season starts. Um, and that means I will be progressing faster than others because others would have to focus on the seasonal content, which would slow down their experience grind. Yes, and that's exactly what I was saying because you need to be a certain level before you get the stuff. People who buy the tier skips can ignore the seasonal stuff and they can just focus on leveling up, and that gives them an advantage because they're grinding experience while the others are grinding content. So you can find whatever works best in terms of getting experience faster and ignore the whole seasonal bullshit, and you will be leveling faster than your buddy who is starting at the same time as you, but because your buddy has to keep running around from one area to another area just so they can do the seasonal checklists, they would be leveling slower and they would be unlocking the stuff slower because you would be reaching those levels faster than them. You would be able to unlock the stuff that you got from the tier skip faster. Let's put it that way. This is the most bullshit design they've made. First of all, this shouldn't have been in the paid, the tier skip should have been separated. If you have one track for paid and one track for free, and the tier skip only goes in the second track with the cosmetics without the ashes. That would have been one way to solve it. Separate them by free track, premium track. Premium track only cosmetics. Free track ashes, gold, gems, all sorts of good stuff that you might want to earn in game goods. And the tier skip only affects the second track. Easy, simple fix. And I'm pretty sure Blizzard knew that, but they designed it in a way so that they would psychologically play with some players who would want to get that advantage, who know they would get that advantage over others, and would want to spend money for it. Second easy fix: remove ashes from the battle pass, put them in the seasonal quest line. So you're completing the quests. That would actually make people want to do the quests instead of just leveling up. Um, so put the ashes um, in such a way that by the time you finish the whole seasonal quest line, you get all 20 ashes for all the buffs. And that would have been enough because there's five buffs, four ashes for each, four levels of ashes for each, whatever that would be, whatever number of ashes would be needed. That could have been put in the seasonal quest line that comes with every season, the storyline. And yeah, as you're progressing through that quest, that's when you could have given you that. I didn't know about this thing. I mean, I did know in a way. They said that they would be walked behind level, but I didn't know they would do it in the exact same way. But again, this is for some people it's an advantage, for other people it's negligible. It leaves a bad taste, like pissing on the like taking a piss in your beer and then having to drink it. That's how it feels. Um, like they're taking some pretty good ale, lager, whatever your type of beer is, and they're just sprinkling a little bit of piss inside it, just ruin the good taste. If they designed it in any of the two ways that I just mentioned, it would have been much better. It wouldn't have given anyone any advantage over anything. But it's not so bad. Okay, I was here to take this item and put it back. This is one of the hardest builds for me to figure out because I don't see from where the damage would come if I have to focus on this ultimate, on the Maelstrom ultimate and on the Walking Arsenal key passive. All three damage bonuses are active. You gain additional 15 multiplicative increased damage bonus, and each of those gives me 10% by itself. 1, 2, 3. So that's 30, 45 multiplicative. Nothing like this 135. Nothing like this one, 100 crit damage, and nothing like what you get from berserking. When the season starts, I hopefully by that time would have some builds ready. Because first of all, when we start the game in June, I won't be leveling to level 100. I will do the exact opposite of what I would be doing in a season. In a season, I would be rushing to level 100, but in the preseason, I would level every single hero to level 50 something, and then I would start making builds and respecking before the cost gets extremely expensive. So before the cost gets expensive, I would start experimenting, testing what builds work, figuring out what I like, and then I would actually make version 3.0 of some of those builds that I'm making right now, of the ones I pick as the top picks for me that seem the most fun. It doesn't have to be the best because I never make builds that are the best builds. I make builds that are the most fun to play for me personally. Sometimes sometimes the strongest builds, the meta builds, are actually the most boring ones. And I normally even avoid making such builds because they're just not as fun to me to play. Sometimes sometimes I like the meta builds, sometimes I don't. Most of the times I actually don't, but people ask me to make such builds, and then I do make them because, again, priority of what people want sometimes. The cost of respec is 20 million, roughly. I can even show you from the video that they showed. Let me see where I saved it. If you're max level 20 million to respec fully the skills and the paragons, everything. In one of my videos, yeah, for level 100. Roughly, in one of my videos, I made the calculation. Let me find that one video. Um, I made the calculation. I put it somewhere. I just need to remember which video it was, but I think I know it which one it is. End game growth activities, PvP launch times. I think this is it. I think it's somewhere in this video where I put it. There it is. Skill tree refunds per point 105,149. So if we assume there's 63 skill points, we know that's not the case. We know it's like 58. 6.62. But we don't know if that's at level 100. It could be at level 50 something. It could be at level 60, 70 something. We don't know if that is at a level 100. But let's assume that's at level 100. That's 6.6 million. Then for the paragons, 53.666. Then you're assuming 200 points, but that should be 220 points. So let's calculate it. 220 times 53.666. That's 11.8 million. 11.8 million and another 6 million, roughly. Let's add the other one, actually. So 11.8 million, and the other one is 58 points times 105.149. So 6.1 million and 11.8 million, close to 20 million. So again, that's from this video. That's based on footage from the official video that they showed. And see this one, 53.666 for the Paragon, and we've seen for the skills how much it would cost. Again, it was somewhere in that same video that they released, and I used footage, but I'm not sure if I show it here in that video, that specific footage. Okay, it's somewhere here. Come on, where was it? Somewhere here, I was showing it somewhere here. How they respec what the refund cost is. See, 105.149. And that's probably at their max level character at level 100. And that's why my step number one would be get one character to like level 50, finish the story, get to level 50 something. Step two, get the next character, and so on. Get all characters to like level 50 something. And after that, I would start experimenting. I would play on tier 2, so I don't get a lot of experience, so I don't over level. And then when I have a build that I like, I would go quickly on tier 3 to test it out. Record myself maybe playing a little bit with that setup for footage. and then make a build video where I will still be using build calculators like this one, for the paragons, for the theory behind the paragons and the best in SWOT items. Because again, I can make a build video without actually having maximum paragons and without having the best in SWOT items, yet still show the mechanics. Even if I have some of the items, not all of them. If, let's say I have half of the legendary items, the important ones that visually change how it looks to play the build, it would still be okay to show some footage and to show the suggested best in SWOT, best rows and stuff like that. So yeah, that's gonna be my priority when the game launches, rather than rushing to level 100. It's pointless to rush to level 100 when I know I would have to do it again in a month and something when 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 the season would begin. So I'd rather experiment as much as possible with as many builds as possible on as many heroes as possible before the season starts. That way, I would have the important knowledge. I would have the science done behind which builds I like and not. But yeah, for the Juggler 2.0, I'm definitely taking Frenzy. So Frenzy would stay here. I'm not taking Whirlwind, so let's start building the skills one by one. Frenzy. I have to decide the attack speed here or the other one. I'm not sure if I'll have Berserking. What else do I want to take? I need some bleeding because of those items I took. I also need one more unique maybe. So I took the Ancient's Oath as a two-handed axe. I could add two-handed Burgeoner if I decide to use Death Bow. I could. I already have the axe, so I cannot use the sword. I have the battle trance in the setup, and I have the chest. Now this is it. This is the item for this build. Damage with skills that swap to new weapons. So this is the key piece of equipment you want for a juggler build. In fact, this is so key that I need to move this chest around somewhere else. Let's see. Let's do that. So those two, I think those two are the important ones. And this one per build is not right. It's you can have more than one per build. I just haven't fixed it on all of those. Need to go back to the most of them. Just wanna make sure I don't mislead people, because some developers already confirmed it. Apparently, not sure on Twitter or whatever, but someone told me that developers confirmed and the fact that we can have more than one. And the wording is different. The word also someone who has played on the closed beta came on my channel and confirmed it for me too. Although this is not the public, this is the public one, and I think over here I've made sure everything is the right way. But okay, so we have those two uniques, and then this one, and that one, and that one. 5 unique items that work well. I'll be taking Steel Grasp. I'll be taking Ground Stomp. I'll be taking Frenzy, and I'll probably take something for bleeding. Maybe Rent, because we need bleeding. You have a starting build. You can't post it. PM it to me, and I can check it, because the bots delete the links. I just need to decide from where I'll get my bleeding. Do I get my bleeding from Rent? Do I do Whirlwind? Do I go for a Thorns Whirlwind build, or Rent Thorns build? Let's look up Thorns. Thorns and bleeding. Do I go with Flay? Maybe I can get my but then I would have to sacrifice the frenzy. Challenging shout is for Thorns, but I won't have the challenging shout, because we'll have Iron Maelstrom. That's one, and if we have Steel Grasp, that's two. Let's say we don't take one of those, and we take Ground Stomp, 3, and then 4, 5. So I could either take Challenging Shout and not take a Brawling skill, which not taking a Brawling skill could be annoying, but it's kind of doable, I guess. So that means I can maybe sacrifice Frenzy. That means if I'm sacrificing Frenzy, I won't need that one item. The where is it? The Battle Trance. I guess we could do that. Yeah, let's say we don't take Battle Trance. And should I go and try and get another unique that works well? Bleeding Thorns weapon swap. The one that we removed was an amulet, meaning I could include some interesting things. Um, this one could work nicely, but I still would rather have the Shaco than Razor Blade. Razor Blade could work well, but I still think Rage of Harrogat might be better. See, I don't know how much thorns this would give compared to how much thorns that would give. This one, considering the only thing it gives is thorns, I'm assuming this would give at least 4 or 5 times the thorns I could normally get from this one. Who knows? Maybe a lot more. But again, thorns is not the real reason about behind this build. It's weapon swapping and stuff like that. This could be a very interesting thing for a weapon swapping, because it could make up for the lack of damage from certain aspects that other builds get. But again, it would be extremely randomized. This thing I would normally put it on a frenzy attack speed basic skill damage build, where you have the fastest possible attack speed, or with double swing as a core skill. Let's look a little bit above, something like the Butcher's Cleaver. Butcher's Cleaver nor bleeding. Wasn't there a weapon with bleeding? Grandfather is pretty solid, by the way. Good crit damage, and all those stats are stronger than usual. But we already have a sword, don't we? The Ancient's Oath. We have two-hand attacks. We need a bludgeoning. So I wouldn't take another thingy, but we can take something like a one-handed. See, this one chance to heal, but it deals shadow damage, reducing their damage done. Maybe let's not overdo it with the uniques as much. Yeah, let's not overdo it with the uniques. This one could remain empty. I could put this one there. Okay, so 10,000 steps would be the build around me, the important item. This one and this one and this one are just as important. And let's go building around thorns. Did I get more bleeding? Because if we don't have rupture, it's gonna be interesting, but I don't want to get rupture. I already have a build with rupture. So I could do dual wielding on this one. I could do maybe a rent with rent or whirlwind. With extra bleeding. I'm just not sure if I want the core skill to be the main source of damage, or maybe get something like a death blow. We definitely want steel grasp, and we want ground stomp. Hmm. Okay, let's say we go rent this time. So either of those is nice. I guess it doesn't matter. It's up to the person to decide which one they like more. Here I would pick this one because we are all about reducing the cooldowns. We are stacking the cooldown reduction from that unique item. Hmm, hmm, no, potentially. This one would be better for swapping build if you wanna use it as much as possible. So that's it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and the ultimate 6. Hmm. Let's see. Maybe we can do fine without that extra fury generation. I'm so tempted to make this a completely new build called the Tornado from Thorns and Whirlwind and be a bleeding Whirlwind because bleeding is the synergy for Thorns. But maybe some other time. That might be a post launch if I see that it works. Maybe then I can make it. Okay, items. I will do the shitty swap items and hopefully it's not big mistakes taking those items because they're the most disappointing legendary aspects ever that I have seen on the barbarian are those. Okay, let's do it that way. Shit, wrong copy. Okay, so let's see what else I want. Gonna keep our resource up, even on bosses. Come on, stop clicking here. Um, this is nice, but our weapon mastery skill is not a damage dealer. For death bow builds, and I already have one for it with the overkiller. For that one. This is it. This is the synergy. Look at the skull breaker. Stunning a bleeding enemy deals X of their total bleeding amount to them as physical damage. So without rupture, you would be doing the rupture yourself, thanks to this item, because this item automatically casts ground stomp every 30 seconds. On top of that, you have ground stomp yourself to stun enemies. The problem is on bosses, this is pretty much useless, because how many times are you gonna stun a boss, especially something big as a Shava and all the other world bosses that are constantly unstoppable. But if you have enough crowd control, if you have something like Frost, if you play with other people that have a lot of crowd control, maybe eventually you would get to do that. Mm, but yeah, I'll take it because for mobbing it will be pretty amazing. And then we have the ground stomp item, which definite pick. Yes, those auto triggers will also trigger the other things. So trigger me this, trigger me that. Um, Again, I feel very bad for taking those, but I wanna show people what the game is offering for a build or about swapping, which again, not that nice. I could consider removing Steel Grasp from the build. If I remove Steel Grasp, I won't be able to swap as much. I won't be able to swap as much without it, but then I can add something else that works nicely, like Death Blow or Rupture. I mean, Death Blow would definitely give this setup a lot of damage if I were to replace Steel Grasp for it. But then I would have to build around it, and it doesn't sit that well with me. How many offensive can I have again? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 on a barb in the best case, although that's already down to 7 since I'm using one resource. Um, I want this one, and I need to get some berserking in the build. Swapping doesn't seem to be that great for a Thorns Berserk build. Swapping, but But with that one item I found earlier, it not with that one this thing here, it just fits nicely. I need to just add a little bit of berserking to the setup, and then we'll be fine. Let's look at berserking. I think even with 2 charges, because we have 1 extra charge from an aspect, we should be fine. What if I get bleeding only from Flay, and then I use something like double swing for berserking? Wait, wasn't Upheaval burgeoning only? No, it isn't. Okay. Q-Grasp could be what gives us some berserking for this setup. Although alternatively I did want Frenzy, but since this is where the Thorns is, I went for that. So I have a choice to make. Do I focus more on the bleeding with Rent? Or do I just do a little bit of bleeding with Flay and swap this out for double swing or upheaval? This one won't be that great on bosses though. Hmm. I'll just keep it this way. Wait, error? Why is there an error? Please tell me it remembers this. I'll screenshot it. Print screen. Just screenshotting in case it doesn't remember. Oh, it does remember, but wait, what? Now I have 1 less point? Why? How? What the? This thing, for whatever reason, allowed me to have 1 extra point. Easy fix. I didn't want that point anyway. Okay. Three, four, five, six, 7. We cannot take any more offensive. What we could take is probably 1 more defensive or utility. And it should be something temporary that we don't care about much. That's the obvious synergy. Okay, Thorns bleeding and weapon swapping. Now we have to place them in the right spots. So first of all, boots. In the boots, I'll put anemia. Actually, anemia could go in the helmet, maybe. We'll see. This one, unfortunately, has to be permanent. I will make sure that this and this are not permanent and that we just lose them. Because they're just the most underwhelming aspects of the whole barbarian arsenal of aspects. This, and that one. Maybe this one won't be bad, but those two are awful. So this would go. So this would go gloves, maybe. What do we have? We have boots, two-handed axe. Okay, one of those will go in the two-handed axe. No, actually, it won't go in the two-handed axe. It will have to be rotated. So we're definitely putting something in the gloves. I'll fix XYZ later. So on the two-handers, mm, might have overdone it with certain things. Do I get rid of anemia or weapon master? I think I'll get rid of anemia eventually. So anemia goes in the helmet. And Sheiku replaces anemia. And then Ancient Thought will go in two-handed weapon 2. But before that, two-handed weapon 2 should have something temporary that I won't mind losing. And it won't be that way, actually. I'll put it in the offhand and then just rotate it. This one will go in an offhand or in a ring. One goes in another ring actually. There, keep it. Okay, we take this, we put it here. So now I need to decide the good stuff that I want to put in the amulet and in the weapons. And this one I'll put here. And then after that, I'll rotate this one into the amulet and put whatever was in the amulet elsewhere. Won't be this one though. So what's left? Earthquake for the amulet. Earthquake was in the amulet. Yeah, eventually, once we get the axe, it goes here. This axe goes here. This one replaces Earthquake, and Earthquake replaces Earth Striker, and Earth Striker gets removed. And this one replaces that one. And this one replaces. This one replaces Weapon Master, but Weapon Master moves on towards the Wind Striker, and then we'll have it. Okay, now let's do it. I need to add them here. Tempering Bows. Uh, which one did I have? Hmm. Fuck. Let's look at them. Earthquake, Wind Striker, Prickling, Death Wish. Where did they go? Where is the fucking Prickling? He doesn't have it. He doesn't have needle flare. Do I have needle flare in mine? Oh, it's a universal one. But he doesn't seem to have prickling aspect in his calculator. Interesting. Maybe he just didn't see it. But it definitely. Okay, I'll click on this one for now as an alternative if that other one doesn't exist. And what do we need? Scope breaker. Scope breaker. Okay. Two-handed swashing. Where is that axe? Didn't I select the axe? Does he not have the axe? Ancient oath. He doesn't have the unique axe in this list. Very strange. Immortal says he's off, gonna sleep for 12 days. Enjoy the sleep. Hibernate. You're moving into hibernate mode. Like a real Care Bear. Care Bears hibernate. the winter, the winter dream sleep cycle. But yeah, this guy's missing quite a few things. I wonder why he's missing that unique item. That unique item is posted online and it is known that it exists. Maybe I'm just not finding it. Let's write out. Oops. Out. Oh, I'm fucking blind. Okay, he's got everything now. So let's do fence tempering bows. One ancient oath. Skill breaker, two-handed one. Okay, go here. On here. Which means the weapon master goes in the gloves. These are the best in SWAT. These are without the uniques. This is what it would look like without the uniques. This is what it would look like with the uniques here. Boots, they remain the same, unchanged. So, oh fuck! Actually, they're not the same. Exploiter aspect. I'm sacrificing anemia already. Now, do I sacrifice exploiter or weapon master, or do I just sacrifice something else? Like, I don't know how good this earthquake will be, but since it will happen quite a lot when we do this one, would rather have that. But if that one is underwhelming, obviously removing it won't be a bad thing. So we're definitely removing Earth Striker from the setup already. Accelerating. I need to put accelerating in the offhand, by the way. Or was it in... No, accelerating should go in the amulet, but... Let's see, what do I want to sacrifice? I want to keep Death Wish. For sure. I want to keep Prickling. But Prickling, it doesn't exist in this calculator. Oh, wait a second. Do I even need this one, Slaking? Because if I have some resource generation from the uniques, we don't need that one. Well, we do need it. Let's put Slaking in ring number... Which ring is it? Ring number 1. Ring number 2, Death Wish. And what's left? Left to leave room for Prickling. And to decide whether I sacrifice one of the red ones to keep exploiters in the amulet. Accelerating needs to be added. And then Prickling needs to be added. We sacrifice this, we sacrifice that. Sacrifice this, and then for one more unique item, maybe let's sacrifice Earthquake. And this one I'm leaving empty. Well, let's put Needle Flare here. Actually, let me copy this. Copy. And paste it here. And I think it's okay to do it that way. Was it this one that I used for turns? The upper one. Okay, not so bad. This should make it clear that this might not exist in the game anymore. So in that case, there is an alternative. and it's an easy one to obtain. Cool. Now I can save this one and start doing the paragons. What time is it? 7 p.m. Okay, 7 p.m. Tick tock, tick tock. This build took me a little longer, but it's a tricky one because it's the one that it's the hardest to test something like this in the beta, because it's extremely heavily dependent on the Walking Arsenal passive on. It's all around something that you couldn't get in the beta because you don't have the skill points to get it, the Walking Arsenal passive. And the Arsenal system, mm, again, it requires a lot of grinding as well to level it up, but you can still use it without leveling the Arsenal. But it's something that would mature later with more skill points and passives and stuff, and definitely with items. Whereas there are other builds that just with some legendary items here and there could get some damage going without needing those key passives. Especially Thorns. Thorns, I'm not sure if it was good in the early levels. I never bothered even trying it. But someone asked me for a Thorns Barbarian. Well, that's it. That's my take on it. I need to check who asked me on YouTube. I'll probably have to look it up so I can reply once this is ready. Okay, I saved this temporarily. Now it's Paragon's time, and if it's Paragon's time, I need to go. I need to go to the other build, Blade Storm. I need to copy paste some shit from here. Let's put it down there. Just in case I decide, I'm preparing this as a template to use. Okay. So with the Barbarian, I do have some of the things known to me, but there are things that I would need to uncover. So Decimator, I know how much strength and dex and willpower I can get from Decimator. From Carnage, I know what I can get. From Blood Rage, I don't. Normally, I don't even bother taking those extremely underwhelming legendary, if you can even call this legendary, um, considering how many points you need to spend to reach it. But let's see how many stats, how much of each stat we can get in this one. So I can kind of decide what sockets to put in each of them. And if I want to take it in the first place. Strength, there is 70 strength. What was the name? Blood Rage? Blood Rage. 70 strength. Oh, let me check that willpower first. I don't want to miss that willpower. Dex, 29 Dex. Okay, this is definitely not gonna be a Dex board. Oh wait, that's the willpower. This is if you wanna squeeze every board dry, you need to do this to know to know what to min max, what to put where. It's annoying, it's boring, but once I've done it for 08 boards for every class, I guess I would have them ready. I might even publish that information eventually if I find some time. But people, it doesn't take that long to do it. You just need to do it for every board once. So there's 3 things to check for 8 plus 1 for 9 boards. So 27 times you need to click another one, check, right. Okay, this one I'll come back to it later. Let's remove this. Hemorrhage. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I don't have that one here. So let's check the stats. Oops. This one has a lot of strength. I can see it from here. This is 70, maybe even 75 strength. 70 strength. What's the name? Hemorrhage. Thirty-nine dex, not so bad. For a strength main character, not so bad. And willpower. 39. Okay. So there's less. Sometimes there is more of the stat that doesn't. See, for some people, strength doesn't exist in those stats. For others, int doesn't exist. For others, willpower doesn't exist. So sometimes if there is more of that one stat that doesn't exist, and by exist I mean exist as a gem that gives you for every 5 strength, dex, willpower, int, whatever, for every 5 of this one, for each class there is one of those stats that is not a good stat to get in general. It doesn't exist as an option for every 5 of it. And sometimes when there's more of this specific stat, I call them dead stats, dead notes. When there's more dead notes, you see a shitty total of the possible things here. Whereas if there's less, you see a stronger number. Like you can see something that gives you 75 and 44 and 39. Then you could see something that gives you where is it? There is one that shitty. See. Um, See this one. This is 65, 49, 39. So if you take this 5 and put it here, it will be 70, 49, 39. So this one has one less of those 3. This one here. Let's see. What was I checking? Willpower was 39 for hemorrhage. So it's standard 70, 39, 39. Like the starting board. It's always that way. Bone breaker, maybe. Let's check it. What it gives. So we do know about the 7. Oh no, we don't know about the 70 strength. There's 49 decks. Okay, that one remains as it is. So wow, 34. Flawless technique. I don't care about this, but let's look around around the cluster. Strike damage with one-handed, no. Damage reduction from qual. Why is the damage reduction so nice? I think they buffed up. I think with the what's its name, the server slam, they buffed up the damage reduction node, which means if they're doing something like that, they probably made the monster stronger. To force us at the higher difficulties to take more damage reduction from nodes, because this is massive amount of damage reduction, and I don't think this is 40.5. I think this is supposed to be 4.5 rather than 40.5. This one should be 2.0 instead of 20. Otherwise, it would be extremely broken. Because see, the bonus says another 4.5 instead of another 40.5. The dot decimal is in the wrong spot. I wonder if they data mined it that way and it was that way in the server, or whether they just made a mistake when translating the data mine to website. Okay, so am I gonna go for this one? I don't think it's worth it. The only thing that's worth it here is that crit damage. Maybe the attack speed for this build. Warbringer, yeah, I checked that before. And one was this raw power is part of weapons master. Interesting. I'm not taking weapons master, but I will take maybe it here. We'll see. Mostly because there's damage to elites very close by. Really close by. And weapons master is mostly willpower or strength. Well, I have choices to make, but this one I like those bonuses here and those bonuses here. And this one is not terrible. Mm. And technically you can skip this and still take the rest of them, the way it's arranged. And yeah, one can maybe enter through here. Boom, get the stuff. Then exit either through here or through there. Through here would be best because it brings you closer. I'll have that in mind. For now, I need to decide what goes where. And first of all, I need to decide what I'm gonna use. Let me see them. Butt feeder is Dex. 7.2 damage to bleeding. We are doing cleaver. We are doing cleaver for sure. because the unique item will be an axe. We're definitely not taking the pole arm because yeah, that unique item that we want is an axe. Crusher could work nicely because we do need a mace as well. We do need a mace. Although I'd rather go for bonuses that don't specify a weapon type, but I'll just write it down here and have it in mind. And the good thing about those is that doesn't specify two-handed axe, two-handed mace, so it would work with one-handed ones as well. While polearm, would be polearm, which is executioner. It would be only two-handed because there are no one-handed polearms. There's one for swords as well, by the way. Disembowel. Oh, this is must-have. Disembowel is a must-have for this build where we wanna reduce the cooldowns as much as possible. Okay, that should give me enough idea to not forget it. Dominate must-have. Probably, yeah. It's just too good to miss out on it. Executioner, no. Exploit, probably. Imbiber, maybe. Ire, not as important for this setup. Marshall, no. Mortal Draw, we want that one. This is Dex. Man, Barbarian has a lot of fun ones. I didn't know Barbarian has that many fun ones for swapping. I wasn't paying attention when I was making the previous builds, but in the Paragon boards for swapping, you can see this shining. This is a huge amount of damage. This is not crit damage like the 19.2% crit damage with core skills. This is straight up increased damage the moment you swap. So if you juggle the skills the right way, you would be always getting this to take turns. And then there's 18% chance to cause it to critically strike on top of whatever other critical strike you've got. For mortal draw, who's Dex, right? By the way, speaking of Mortal, did you see the Mortal Kombat announcement the other day? It looks pleasantly, disgustingly brutal. Um, we'll see how it turns out. I'm not into Mortal Kombat. I was gonna say I'm not into fighting games. Just because I'm bad at them. I used to love them when I was little, and I was like early teenager and pre-teenager and stuff like that on the Sega, and then going to the arcade to play it, and eventually moving on to Tekken and PlayStation on the PlayStation Clubs. And yeah, playing Mortal Kombat, Street Fighter, and a bunch of other things like that back in the old school Sega days was fun. But nowadays, I just can't be bothered to play those games. At most, I might go and watch the cinematics on YouTube if someone made them for the story. But now I don't have even time for that. 16 point, 824. Guy is meowing. Just a moment. I want to see why he's meowing. He was meowing as if he's in pain. To see, he was alright. It was either sleeping bad dreams or maybe it was his kidneys. Okay, revenge. No. Seeding. I already have seeding somewhere here. Yeah, seeding with. I mean, I could leave it be here, but again, I'd rather not invest into specific weapons. Territorial, I've already got it somewhere here, right? Yeah, okay. Undaunted. Have I got it here? I've got it. Weapon master. So they nerfed the barbarians core damage. Some classes still have 19.2 while others have been nerfed to 16.44 in terms of crit damage with core skills. Well, nerfs will be nerfs. Okay, now I have the knowledge needed to decide, make the decisions. First of all, in here, definitely not ire. I want to start with ideally something with strength and ideally something nice. See, this is the problem. This is not a berserking centric build. Sure, I've got some berserking here and there, and I can maybe keep it all the time if I play my cards right or most of the time. What I'll focus in is cleaver. Because with strength, you can only take the ones that boost a specific type of weapon or the ones with berserking. I'll take cleaver because the unique item of choice is an axe. And I think it would work nicely. And if you do dual wielding with one axe, you will benefit even then. The only thing that won't benefit from it is skills that are using two-handed bludgeoning. But yeah, I'm gonna start with cleaver. Put it in the starting board. After that, I want to get a rat as fast as possible and dominate as fast as possible. Those are my two max priorities. And then after that, I would consider maybe disembowel and mortal draw. Mortal draw would be my third one. And thanks to the person that followed, I can see it in a moment. Pufkata. Thanks very much, Pufkata, for following. Welcome to the Struck Club. This seems like a Bulgarian name. Let's hydrate. Let's hydrate. It's my bamboo straw. Oops. My pet wants some food. Let me give him some food. So, as I said, I'll get the crit damage with core skills. After that, I'm getting the overpower, and after that, I'm getting mortal draw. And after this, most likely, and the one with the bleeding damage that reduces bleeding damage, and then the reducing cooldowns on bleeding kills. Although there is another good thing, which would do the damage to close enemies or to vulnerable enemies. Um, vulnerable damage to vulnerable enemies is always good on boss fights. Again, you can keep the vulnerable on, you cannot keep the crowd control on. But yeah, I kind of have my plan now. Let's decide where do we go with rat. Rat is a dex. I'm looking for the maximum dex, so it's this one or that one. One of those two. I'd rather put rat maybe on. Let me check Warbringer and Bonebreaker. This is Bonebreaker. So here we have danger reduction while healthy, and we have the overpower damage, so decent. And nearby there is two-handed bludgeoning. There's damage while fortified if I decide to branch out later. Then I'm looking for Warbringer. Warbringer was on the other side, if I'm not mistaken. Warbringer was Fury-related stuff. Physical damage, and then Fury and max life. Keep in mind, Thorns depends on maximum life. The more maximum life, the stronger your Thorns. So if you want to be a thorny bastard, you gotta stack up the life. Fortify also is based on life. I think instead of Warbringer, Bonebreaker might be the better choice. Overpower damage here, and a lot of overpower damage there. Then those ones we probably don't need the damage reduction while healthy. Again, this one should be 2.05 or 2.5. It should be 2.5 because this is 5%. This should be 2.5. They messed up with the damage reductions in their formulas. Something's messed up there. Yeah, this one is more overpower damage if I decide to go, and there's HP nearby, so a lot of life. I'll probably stack up a ton of life with this setup. Okay, so maybe that's what we start with. Let's remove everything that is not Dex, because this is gonna be a Dex focus socket. I'll definitely need this, but I'll take it in a moment. We're putting what was it? Rat. Bone breaker. That means mortal draw. We'll have to go in Warbringer. Alternatively, it could go over here. Alternatively. But I'm pretty sure I'll go Warbringer with Mortal Draw. Okay. Yeah, let's go Mortal Draw Warbringer. I'll prepare it. Dex, 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 Dex. Where's Mortal Draw? Okay, let's start. I'll worry about the others later. We have our starting point. In here, we're putting cleaver. This time around, I'm not gonna skip this life. Normally, I skip this one life here, but this time around, I'll take it. This one was strength, right? Yes. So we're going this way. Now that you take this, the next step would be that should be 40 strength. Eventually, we can return for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times 5 for the other 30. And now it's better to just do it that way and exit. And as we decided, we're putting Bone Breaker here. So Bone Breaker, the Ground Shaker, Overpower Maker. Let's see. Do I go to the left or to the right side? Let's go this way. I could flip it and just enter through here and go that way, but so now in order to make sure I'm as close as this is possible when entering, I'm doing that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I could have done 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 to enter the cluster, but this way we're closer to that one. So okay, we're doing this now. We take this, then you take this here, 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 here. Now this needs to be taken like that. We're skipping this shit here. We don't necessarily need it. If 10 strength is really needed, one can take it, but this is again a deck sport for us. Now, when I exit, I want to be as close to the life as possible, so I'll do this. Although that way I'm skipping on some crucial strength. I could have taken double strength, but that way, again, we're closer here if I want to stack some more life later. Because again, Thorns and Life, they just work great together. And as we said, board number 3 is where I put Mortal Draw, which is Warbringer. Warbringer. Again, I'm not going for those bonuses. The legendary bonuses are underwhelming and they take too many points to reach. There's only one board for every class where you can only see this one is for this class. Decimator is that one board. And I will take Decimator. Eventually, I will take Decimator because after the cluster, there's only a matter of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 points, and then you get it. If every single board was that way, it would have been perfect, but that's not the case. In most cases, you need 15 plus. Like for example, here 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. This is one of the not so bad ones. But now look at look at this one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. So it's going to be 10, 15 or 20 from what I remember. I'm not going to go and count everyone, but it's kind of, you can see it. It's obvious which one is far and which one isn't. Um, Now this one we need to rotate a little. And we'll be going upwards because this one won't allow us to go down on this website. So we're entering through here. And this one, Fury on Q, doesn't seem terrible to be close to it. So I might just prepare it in case I decide to take it later in the filling phase. Okay, then you take this, then you take that, you take this. Then the physical damage and strength. After that, it's 1, 3. Used to be the smart move, more strength. Although those require dex, and this one requires dex and willpower. So one can always do something like this if it's needed. And rotate. Thankfully, there's gonna be some rotating of certain points from this one to the neighboring or diagonal node without wasting too much coins. But still, that's 100,000 coins just to swap a point at level 100. Just for a single point. They clearly fucked up majorly, intentionally as well. And hypocrites, Blizzard, saying they want us to experiment and to have a ton of diversity, but then they make you grind for dozens of hours just so you can respect a few points here and there, let alone a full respect. Unfortunately, instead of making it like Diablo 3. One of the few good things about Diablo 3. One of the few good things. The wardrobe instant build swap system. Okay, now I haven't decided what to use next. Um, I want dominate. Dominate, which means we want willpower, which means we have decimator. Yeah, decimate. I definitely want decimator. See, when you put things into perspective the way I did, it's much easier to decide. Okay, I want this board because um, I want a socket that requires this amount of stat, and that board has that much of this stat. It's much easier to make those decisions when you have them in front of you, um, and you see, okay, yeah, that's the obvious choice. This board, I want that board anyways, and I obviously want dominate, so let's put dominate in that board and make that my next board. Um, Whereas otherwise, you have to look up a lot of things. So it's worth taking the time to do that stuff beforehand, to write those things down and prepare myself, and then make the decisions with that information in front of me. Okay, interesting. Do I go for a turn or do I go for a straight line? Like I could go for a straight line like this. First of all, let's put dominate. So uh, so we can see all the willpower there. $54 willpower. That's 10 times the bonus. That's 288% overpower damage. If you level up the socket to rank 20, obviously. So yeah, once we get this much, this will be 311 increased overpower so far. Of course, let's go and connect them. See which way to connect. To enter through here. Willpower, strength, strength. Yeah. First of all, if I'm entering through here, I'll do that. Here, 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 here. Take the socket, then take the rest of the stuff. So next, what I need to do is I need to remove those points here and here because the limit might end up reaching it. But before I do that, first, this board is Blood Rage. I'm not convinced if I want to use it yet, but there's damage to bleeding, damage reduction from bleeding. I want the damage to bleeding probably. Then again, physical damage over time. But the good stuff is the nearby nodes. Okay, so what we're doing here is taking node, this node, this, this. Seems well optimized to me. Okay, next. Blood Rage and Hemorrhage. 70 strength, 70 strength. I don't want to use it as strength. I'll use this as willpower. And then the other one is maybe dex. So if I use this as willpower, I've got disembowel. I didn't do disembowel yet. Yeah, let's do disembowel with blood rage. Blood rage and disembowel. Blood rage, disembowel. Okay. That means if I'm doing disembowel here, we don't need wait, the willpower is what we need, right? Yeah. Remove everything that's not willpower. So we can plan ahead our entry, exit. Maybe like that. There's other ways. For example, right now, there might be other places where I could connect some. For example, I can connect something up here. I don't need to go all the way there, but could be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 3 points less. 1, 2, 4, 5, 7, 8, 9. Brings me to the. Oh, I can also bring myself next to life for thorns. Thorns attacks from life. This one also has some thorns. I have to take a potion healing. 1 potion healing. Can I skip the potion healing here? I can. I can go life, 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 and be on my way. Skipping the potion healing on this side. What else can I do? I need to decide first what I'm gonna do with that board here. Whether I really want to even add it in the setup. If I add this, this could be strength. Strength could give me crusher or seeding or ire. I don't want those. Since this is a swapping build, crusher I would benefit from greatly. For dual wield, if I want to, if I have cleaver and crusher for dual wield, I could have two maces, two axes, or a sword and mace, sword and axe. But if I don't do swords, I can avoid using swords in the dual wielding. But the unique axe that we're using definitely benefits from cleaver, which is why I went with it in the starting board. Crusher, this build will require, because we're a walking arsenal weapon swapping build, with that key passive, we definitely will need one burgeoning weapon. So we can benefit from Crusher, but which skill would we attach to Crusher? Now remains to be the question. In any case, if I decide to do Emrich as a dex or willpower, as dex we have territorial damage to close enemies, which is pretty solid. We have exploit damage to vulnerable, but it's less, so damage to close enemies might be better. Didn't exploit also have chance to make enemies vulnerable? Every 20 seconds you can make enemy vulnerable for 3 seconds, which is solid chunk of extra vulnerable on boss fights to just keep it going. Then there's undoubted damage while fortified and up to 10% damage reduction while you're fortified. Yeah. And imbiber 30% potion and damage 8 point something something. Oh wow, healthy. Then there's the blood feeder. What was the blood feeder? Increase damage to bleeding targets and crit chance against bleeding enemies. And what was the I know what the territorial is, but I forgot the secondary territorial bonus. Damage reduction, maybe. Yeah, damage reduction against close enemies. Territorial probably would be the smartest move for this one. Which means it's a dex board. Okay, I can see where it needs to go. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 points. But with those 16 points, I took 1, 2, 3, 4 decent things on the way. So let's say I'm actually wasting 12 points, which is still a lot of points wasted. More than I would want to waste. This way it was 9 points wasted. This way it was 9 points wasted, but then I'll have to waste one more point to take the potion healing. Way was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 points wasted. But this might be my best option. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. This one also could save us and give us a more berserking. But 10% chance, that's only going to be good during mobbing. And in mobbing, everyone can steamroll. That's not when it matters. On bosses is when you need those bonuses. Actually, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 is a better option because there's vulnerable damage, which again on bosses. Oh, and two-handed swashing with that unique axe. Okay, so it's been decided. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And let me save this first. This is gonna be the level 90. The level 88 version save. Let's go write 88 here. 88. Save apply. Let me see if it opens the right link. It does. It does open the right link. Okay, now let's finish it. Just add the dex first to know which way to go. Yeah, it's an obvious choice here. Okay, nice. Let's see what we had around here. Eventual fortified. Eventual healthy. Only 4 points to reach the cluster. And here only 4 points to reach the Fury cluster. Fury on Q. Fury on Q might be very good yet. Maximum Fury and Life though, this is probably what we might want to get here. Then if I do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, yeah, I think I'll do this. Fury on Q. And that's the setup finished. It looks extremely weird, but yeah, that's pretty much it. Let's see the numbers. I want to see some numbers here. Core skills deal 161% increased crit strike damage. Skills that swap to a different weapon deal 165 increased damage. This can stack with that if this core skill crits and this extra damage, and if it's the one that swaps. 75 increased damage to close targets, 57.5 increased damage while wielding an axe, 311 increased overpowered damage. Not much life. I said I would take some life, but I didn't take much. There's 36 to 52 max fury, which is very solid, and there's more overpowered damage. So we actually have around 400 overpowered damage. And there's physical damage over time, vulnerable damage. I mean, the damages we are stacking are phenomenal. with this one. Squeezing the boards dry for every little bit of stat they can give us. It's always fun for me to do that. It's time consuming for sure. Wow, it's already 8 p.m. How many hours have I been streaming for? 3 hours 45 minutes. Oh, we're going strong. We've got another 4 hours or so. Depends. I'm very tired because I didn't sleep last night. I mean, I couldn't sleep last night. I was finished with the build Theorycraft for the one I uploaded today at around 6 in the morning or 5:30. And I went to bed and I couldn't fall asleep. And at 8 o'clock, I said, "Fuck it, let's just have breakfast and eventually start working on the build." But now I have more time to prepare some groundwork for the next builds, for the next build videos that are coming soon. I've already made two. I made Aerostorm 2.0. I made this Jaguar 2.0. So next up should be a Sork build, and I've already made all the Sork builds that I've made all the 2.0s. So what I'm making now is a new build with Firewall, inspired by some of the stuff I did during the server slam. In the server slam, I played a lot with various different Sork builds, and one of those was Firewalls. A lot of nasty, nice firewalls with the firebow, with the overpowered firebow enchantment. But firewalls and burning damage and stuff like that. That's what we'll do next. So let's get on with it. Let me quickly move this over there somewhere. Here. And this is my conjurer build, which I still haven't started finishing up. So sorcerer. I don't have a name for this build. I'll just pick a name eventually. Duplicate. And where did it go? Here. I'll just for now I'll do a meme name. That's not gonna be the real name. Wolves of Steel. Because I've got Wolves of Steel. Let's see. I mean, this one's not so bad, and this one's not bad either. But eventually we won't need either of them. And eventually I might even remove them, but let's just keep them for the sake of having them there. Fireball will not be on the skill bar. It will be auto-casted when an enemy dies as an explosion. And I'm only gonna use it as a detonator. So eventually you might have 5 points fireball while leveling. Eventually, the moment you get firewall, you bring it back to 1 point. And you use firewall as your you use firewall as your spammy skill, as your skill to dump your mana into. Well, this one, it depends whether you have problems with the mana. Let's do this one, and I'll mention when I make the video in a few days that if you're struggling with the mana, switch to that one until you no longer need it. Um, Always use protection kits. Rule number 1 of the Sork, always use protection. Hmm. Uh, Maybe later. Okay, it's my first combustion build that I'm making. But yeah, you have burning from Inferno, you have burning from Flameshoot, you have burning from Firewall, and you have burning from what's its name? Firebolt. So that's 4 sources of burning. Or is it 3? No, 4, because the shoot as well. So for those 4 sources, that means you get 8 times 2%. Not so bad, but extremely underwhelming still, compared to some of the other stuff like this one. Just the most underwhelming Sork skill on paper. I'm not sure how that would translate, but this is multiplicative up to as I said, for this setup right now with Soul, you can do 4 types of different burning. I mean, I could remove teleport or frost nova and get Hydra and make the Hydra burn as well. And does the fireball burn? I don't think it burns. Even down to trigger one. Um, I could get incinerate, and that's gonna be 6 different types. And even with 6, it will be 12 times 2. So 24 increased damage at most. Unless you get some other sources of burning from aspects, and that's what I'll try to get. Eventually, I'll make incinerate builds, but probably after the game launches, because I want to experiment personally with it. And in the betas, it wasn't that fun and nice to play it. So it's something that needs to mature more. It needs more skill points. It needs more passives, active and stuff like that points, and more aspects for it to be decent. But let's definitely take incendiary aspect. Now it's time to pick uniques first. Unique items. Let me see. Let's click sort. Every third caster fireball launches 2 additional projectiles. Would that work with the with the autocast enchantment? Because if it would, then it's super broken. every third cast, and again, when an enemy dies, it immediately explodes in a fireball. Does that mean every third enemy exploding this way would launch two additional projectiles? This would be interesting, but again, I don't think that would work that way. It's worth experimenting. If I do get it on my Sork eventually, I will test it out. There's a lot of science that I need to figure out personally, because unless anyone has already tried it and in the close beta and knows it. Fireball now bounces as it travels. I don't think this would work either. But man, look at these gloves um, and um, and stuff. You can have stuff and gloves with extra ranks to fireball. So even if those things don't trigger, you're getting out of the bat up to 4 + 4 levels of fireball. Just like that. Even if you put a single point in it, it's still gonna give you 8 points. Extra, up to 8 points extra for a total of 9. And that could work in any build. You can do this fireball enchantment in every build, and it would give you immense amounts of damage. Silly amounts of damage. But on bosses, it's pretty much useless as an enchantment. So building around it specifically for bosses, not that great. So there's the balancing act there. Wow, it's top tier, maybe the best thing across the whole game right now for mobbing, other than Mistplosion Necrus. So this and Mistplosion Necrus, SSS, whatever the maximum tier is the Fireball enchantment on the Sork and the Mistplosion kind of explosive mist aspect on the Necro, building around Corpse Explosion. See. Especially if you have that Black River site. Where is it? The Black River site for the corpse explosion. This one. It consumes up to 4 additional corpses, meaning it consumes up to 4 total corpses, 5 total corpses. Um, which pretty nice, because each corpse increases the bonuses. But again, I already have builds for that one. I'm still not decided what to take. I don't like those. This build. There isn't anything specifically with damage over time or firewall. So I guess we can always get a Shaco. I mean, I always get a Shaco as a suggestion. What I need to do is temerity, maybe. I don't know. We'll see. We're not using core skills, so those two rings pointless for us. Melted Heart of Selic is nice though. So I could suggest testing, but this is two-handed. I'm not a fan of two-handed shit. Damage to burning enemies, damage to healthy enemies, but I'm not using Incinerate. There is no good unique item that is around that is created around firewall build. There is plenty of room to add something, because again, there's how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 sorcerer unique items. If you separate them by class, you would see that there's a very small number of unique items in the game. When you separate them by class exclusivity, the ones that every class can use are 1, 2. I think this one is maybe only for barbarian. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, 13. So 13 plus 8, 21 items that are unique I can use on the Sork right now. And out of those, a lot of them are just specific skills and builds, which is a good thing. But yeah, I can't benefit from them. So right now, There is the melted heart of Selig, and that's pretty much it. And the Shaco, obviously the Shaco, always the Shaco. This one also not so bad. Actually, we have Frost Nova. We have Frost Nova in the build. I did add Frost Nova in the build because I added to apply vulnerability manually. So since we do have Frost Nova, the Ice Heart Bryce could work as an alternative item. But we won't be proccing it as much. So the only good thing about it for us would be um, damage to frozen for mobbing, because we'll be freezing the trash mobs easy. Damage to injured enemies, freeze duration and intelligence, even if this one doesn't happen. But I think it's good for, it is good for, I'll add it here on the side over here, because we don't need that one. This one might be a bit too much to add that one as well. So let me quickly undo this. Let's just paste this for now. So yeah, the Frostburn I'll swap out for something else. Although 3 uniques are more than enough, I want to at least provide a fourth one as an alternative chase item. Maybe we can just add this one. No, this is stuff. I don't want the stuff. Where was the other one with fireball levels? Just for the fireball levels. It's not gonna be worth it. Well, this one is actually great. Shrine buff duration, movement speed after killing an elite, massive code resistance bonus, and a reduction to swow. So we have our 4 uniques, although I'll probably move some stuff around. It made it worse. I did that for readability, but the readability didn't improve. So I'll have to do some other measures here. Have to just do something like this. Oh, wrong thing. Yeah, I've got an idea. Okay, that's good enough. Now, time for the legendaries. I could keep Frostblitz. but not Snowguard. Torque. Okay, Incendiary I'm definitely taking. Maybe this one as well. Maybe Prodigy as well. We'll see. See, there are no things that synergize with Firewall. It's extremely bad. Thankfully, this is the only thing I can consider synergizing with Firewall. My bad, just a moment. Accidentally out and tapped, so indirect synergy, but at least it is a synergy with Firewall. Because it's a mastery skill. The synergies with Meteorites and Meteor, Inferno, with Incinerate. But no. Okay, while enemies are affected by more than short time, I use that in the beta. I mean, it's better than nothing, but um, this would be difficult to stack that much burning damage to have it be more than their total life. See, this is the one thing that they have, but this is a waste of a slot if I use it for mobility rather than get some offensive damagey stuff. Must have. Wait, why does... Oh, that's why. Okay, yeah, we 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. I'm looking for two more. I know that there are good ones to look for over here. This one is not so bad. This one's also not so bad. Since we're not using core skills. I mean, Fireball will be getting triggered, and it is a core skill. But again, not gonna be that smart to build specifically around that, because against bosses, this Firewall enchantment, I pretty much remove it every time and swap it for something more reasonable. Mm, Shared misery would be okay, but again, not that great on bosses. Starlight is not a bad one, but I'll need more healing for it, so not sure I want that. This one on the other side, on the other hand, this one might be very fun for a few reasons. First of all, again, Fireball is considered a core skill, even if we don't cast it ourselves. That doesn't mean it won't trigger this on crit strike attack speed, which again translates into casting speed. And we're sacrificing an amulet, boots, helmet, and pants. Shit. Oh, it's not so bad actually. It's not that bad actually, from the looks of it, because I don't have that many offensive this time anyways. I've got 1, 2, 3 offensive over here. I could maybe put another one here. So this one is for the rings. Let's just put the rings there to make sure they're in the right spot. Goiter, aspect of fortune. The amulet will get removed, so eventually something will need to move. We've got pants that we need to sacrifice as well. Eventually, maybe those are extremely optional. So I just swap them out like this. Okay, I need one more SWAT, maybe the gloves for an offensive, but then I also need it for other stuff. I need to make some heavy sacrifices. Do I fuck up my wacky hit chance, or do I fuck up my extra damage to bosses while they're still unstoppable? I definitely would rather fuck up this one than that one. I have to sacrifice one of them. I could also sacrifice one of those things. Incendiary. If I sacrifice Incendiary, I can always swap something here to make room in other places. And I still have one more aspect to pick, which again, shit, what type of aspect would I pick with the final one? I'm trying to pick ones that I wouldn't mind sacrificing. Yeah, Fortune will have to get scrapped eventually, which means Fortune will go in the helmet slot. Maybe, no, actually, should stay in the boots, because the boots would just replace it. On the helmet, we will have something again that I wouldn't mind getting replaced. So I'll keep Frostblitz in the chest, and I'll maybe sacrifice Unwavering from the helmet or from the pants. Let's sacrifice Unwavering from the pants. This one goes in the gloves. Now for the helmet, we're looking for defensive or utility. That I wouldn't mind getting rid of eventually. So bear regeneration not so bad every 30 seconds. We will be doing direct fire damage indirectly, if it makes sense, with fireball. But that's only with the enchantment, so not gonna be working on bosses. Ever living is decent as a temporary aspect. Smiting, but I don't have room to put smiting anywhere. Although I did say I could sacrifice something. I'm just gonna put this one as a temporary bonus. It's super easy to get early in fractured peaks. Just last check over here. Yeah, this is gonna be the temporary item. Mm. Yeah, when the amulet drops, what I'm doing is I'll have to I'll have to I have to move this. There's gonna be a lot of reworking. For example, this one goes instead of incendiary. And then exploiter goes there, and the amulet frees up. This would be a little bit of a massive rework, but it's a necessity to keep it that way for the vanilla zero unique setup. Now for the unique setup, first of all I need to pick them. Cancel. Prodigy. Mm, did I take smiting? I didn't, right? token wavering. Okay. Uh, did we miss a unique item? Relic, Essus Heirloom. That's what we missed. Why is it not under mobility? They put it under offensive, I guess. Elementalist and Gothing. Let's put them here. Okay, next was the unique one. Why is it not showing up? Oh, because it was a amulet, not a ring. That's why. Cross Blitz, Poiter. After that, okay, this is how it would look best in SWAT with all the unique items I've selected. And the other one is how it would look like if you don't have a single unique. So we've got you covered in both ways. We've got you full aspects, and then the go for uniques mixed with aspects. Save. Here URL. Woes of Steel. Save. And now it's time for the Paragons, which just give me a moment. More copy paste. Coming copy paste. So now I need to look up some stuff. Mastery skills gain increased damage. I think I've got that one. Okay, this is definitely gonna be there. Charged, no. Conjurer, no. Control, potentially. Destruction. It could go very well with the enchantment, but on bosses it would be a waste. So I'll still get it. I guess I'll still get it. Enchanter for non-physical damage, yes. Exploit, yes as well. Flame Feeder. Increased damage to burning targets. You do increase direct damage to burning enemies. Well, with the fireballs exploding, there will be some good stuff here. So let's write Flame Feeder and eventually check it later to see what it does in terms of stats and stuff. Flame Feeder. Okay. Pyromaniac. Every pyromancy skill you cast or every second you chain incinerate, increase your fire damage by up to 10%, which is super shitty and very low. But let's write it down just as a secondary option. If I decide to pick one of those boosters. 192 to fire modifiers. Okay. No. Tactician. Yeah, it's already here. Torch. This one. It's a willpower. What does it do? Increase burning damage. Torch. 9.6 burn damage. Oops. No. So yeah, this is probably one of the ones I'll definitely get. Mm, not much choices again, considering how many are elemental specific. But adept is our major thingy. Thankfully, it's intelligence. Thankfully, we can start from it. But first of all, let's look at some of the stuff that we want to include. Burning Instinct. Let's look it up. I want to check stats it can give me. 70. Wait, no. Oh yeah, it is 17th. Let's say this replaces Frigid Fate. $49 dex, not so bad. This might be a dex board. It's rare to see something above 39. Let's see the willpower. Power of willpower in this spot is 34 maybe? Before, yeah. 34, yeah. This is most likely gonna end up as a dex board because it's gonna be impossible for me to find something that gives more than 49 dex. In this case, it counts as 45. Good board though, and unfortunately, this is extremely far away, like super far away. Burning damage is increased by 40% of my crit strike damage, further increased by 5% for every 20 intelligence you have. I'm very tempted to actually go down the way to take this one. There's decent damage to burning, so there's 1, 2, 3, 4 dead notes. But after those 4 dead notes, there's gonna be 1, 2, 3, 4 not so dead, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So a total of dead 10, 11, 12 dead notes. 12 dead notes, and in between those 12 dead notes, I get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, let's take all those 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Not even 7. 6 good ones. The rest are okay, but not amazing. But better than nothing, I guess. I will consider taking that specific one. Let me double check something as well over here. If I were to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, that's gonna be so long. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 16, 17, 18. Oh man, that's 20 something just to reach it. I'll have to go through the middle. Which one was this? Um, Burning Instinct. Okay. Pocket. Is this the burning one? Searing Heat. Searing Heat it is. Casting Fireball or Meteor increases the critical strike chance of further cast of that skill again. We do not want this one. Unless autocasts work. If autocasts work, it could be okay, but the problem is look at how far away it is. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 dead nodes if we don't count the blue ones. Here there's 12 um dead weight nodes, maybe is the better way to call them. Dead weight nodes, while they do give you stats, it's much more useful if you spend them inside of a cluster. The cluster stuff is good though, fire damage and some fire resistances and stuff. Mostly the fire damage and this thing here is nice. Let's check it. This looks like a 70 intelligence board. It only has 10 strength, which is not bad. Yes, 70 intelligence. Okay. Thirty-nine dex. Does that leave 44 willpower? Although there is only 10 strength, so maybe there's more than 44 willpower. 39 willpower, okay. So the classic one. Hmm. I think we have all the information we need to start the build. Now we just need to decide, and I think I've decided adept goes first. Most important thing for me is adept. It goes here. Now we have one good thing. What other good thing do we want? I want torch. I want exploit, and I want enchanter as a high priority. After that comes maybe imbiber and maybe territorial. And alternatively, I could consider either of those here. So for int, we have enchanter here and here maybe. Although this is dex, it's not gonna be int. This is definitely gonna be a dex board. Dex board. Which one should I do? I'll do the sure thing. Exploit is the sure thing. Territorial, I need to be close by. I won't be close by all the time. Exploit, it's very easy to keep, as I keep saying, vulnerable on bosses. So Burning Instinct is becoming a dex board with exploit on it. Let's remove the non-dex stats now. We don't need them. Then second step, first let me put this one in 2. Second will be after exploit. I'm taking either enchanter or torch. Let's take torch. Torch. Another willpower should go into, well, elemental summoner seems to be the best, or icefall. Yeah, icefall is the better option. No, why icefall shouldn't even be considered. This is my 54 willpower note. Elemental Summoner and Torch. Elemental Summoner I'm not gonna take for the summoning, by the way. Wait, I could actually keep stuff like Ice Foe if I want willpower and stuff. In case I want some more willpower. Because it's 54 and I know it's 54. I'll keep it there just in case. But yeah, where is the summoner? It was... What did I have for Elemental Summoner? Torch. Did I do it that way? I think I did it that way. And they're actually aligned properly. So number 4. Number 4. You have this. Did I get Enchanter? I don't think I did. Wait, why do I have two Burning Instincts? Searing Heart. I'm pretty sure that's this one. This is Int, and I don't think I put Enchanter. So it's the perfect combo. Then we have Flame Feeder, which is good for willpower. And Enchant Master, which is good for willpower. Reasonable number to add some stuff like Imbiber. And instead of Frostbite, there should be something else there, maybe. Maybe I could add another Int, or maybe I could add another one of those. We'll see. So number 4, Searing Heart. With Enchanter. So let's leave it at that and start doing the stuff. I'll go back to the other boards in a moment. This one, since it's Enchanter, it's Int. What was I doing here? Int. Let me just highlight it. I'm taking everything before I move on, because that's my mastery bonus damage. 201% increased mastery skill damage. How about that? Obviously, if you're fresh into the end game, you only get this bonus. Did it go? 42% increased mastery damage, which is not a small number for someone that you just started end game and just gotten his socket. And it's a level 1 socket, but eventually from 42 goes to 201% increased damage for the mastery skill. Well, this one, but I need this one as well. Actually, I don't need this one. I need to take it so I can get the deck stuff. Yeah, I'll do it that way. Obvious, reasonable choice. Hmm. The tough one because eventually I'm planning on taking stuff here, so I'm gonna do this extra point here, which I didn't need to do. I could have done just something like that to exit. Yeah, let's do it that way. And here I exit this way, because in case I wanna, oh, again, this shouldn't be 30%, this should be 3% damage reduction to elites. This one should be 6.5, most likely. Again, like the one at the bottom, 6.5. So, Elemental Summoner. Don't care about the legendary here. We're just passing by. Wait, what was this? Willpower. Thankfully, we don't need this shit here, so we can save points. But we do need this one there. Unfortunately, Elemental Summoner is the one that I don't need, but that's the only one that's easy to reach. Non-physical damage, not bad. Maybe return later for it. Um. Oh, what was the next one? I think I got it up until board number 4. Oh yeah, steering um, heart. Heart or heat? I think it's heat. And typed it. Sounds a very good coaster. Taking this route, taking that one, then going over to Dex for crits, power, then taking those, and now over here. Yeah, we do need that intelligence. That should get things done. One. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5. Wait, 5, 6, 7. Okay. Now I haven't decided what I wanna use. I technically could use something just for the stuff. If I want willpower, I can use something like Ice Foe. What else was good willpower? Let me check the Ice Potion build. Good willpower. Yeah. Rigid Fate is 44. Enchantment Master 14. I already have Enchantment Master and Elemental Summoner. So Ice Foe is not a bad choice if I'm not gonna use the code stuff on it. Let me check how it's arranged. So for the willpower, I will need to take one packed up node, which is this change to shield. For this willpower, but for that one I don't need to. And if I swat an imbiber or a what do I actually only have imbiber left. Is that really the case? What I could do is flame feeder and boost it up with pyromania pyromaniac. Double check. I might have missed something. Definitely don't need destruction, but I could add it, but I'd rather not add it. Although it would improve the damage of Fireball, but on bosses it will be wasted points on bosses where that Fireball enchantment won't trigger. But for mobbing it would wipe the screen. So someone might want to do that sacrifice. I'll mention it in the video, I guess. Elementalist. Wait, flame feeder. This flame feeder. But wait. There was a board I called flame feeder. That's not really a flame feeder. Which one could it have been? Um, 39, 49, 65. It's probably been the. Who knows? This one is 54. This one is 49 dex. So it's definitely not what I could have named flame feeder accidentally. This one's the 70 int, so it's not that one. Fuck me, I have no idea which one it could be. Non-physical damage. And resistance to all elements. Man, if that wasn't resistance, if it was something damagey, I would have loved it. What else do we have here? Stunning close enemies restores mana. Damage to stunned. Max mana. Well, I don't think I've got stun. This is more of a lightning kind of thing. Yeah, as I suspected. Had to double check. Now, this one I like. Damage to vulnerable. Let me check Frigid Fate. 44 will 70 int. Then there's vulnerable damage. I mean, let me double check something. If I were to put, what's its name? Um, if I were to put Tactician, for example, they made it from 240 to 192 nerf. Or maybe not all of them. Oh, reinforced damage reduction while we have a barrier. Reinforced is also nice, but what was Tactician about? I forgot. We also haven't put Territorial anywhere, so I could do Territorial and play Quos with a Dex board. Where was where was what was I looking for? Not Territorial, but Tactician. Oh, Tactician is nice. Tactician is just for me. Now I have vulnerable damage and this code resistance and intelligence, they're worth taking. Requires dex, so might as well grab this. Okay, let's see the other decks and I'll decide where to enter from. But I'll take this board because damage to vulnerable and vulnerable stuff. Oh, and lucky hit chance, yes. Yes, even if I don't benefit from this shit. Dealing cold damage to vulnerable enemies increases your lucky hit chance. Keep in mind, I can do cold damage to vulnerable enemies with Frost Nova. but I need to hit 15 of them with a single cast to benefit from it. Obviously, that's gonna require a lot of training. By training, I mean making a train of mobs to follow you and then returning back to hit them with the AoE. It's gonna be too much time wasted for too little gain, and too many points wasted for too little gain as well. So this one was Frigid Fate, right? Yeah, I think this is the better way to enter the board. Now let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's this one. And at this point, the Sork will be level 87. I need to remove some stuff. Moment to make sure there isn't any leftovers that might be eating up points or half points. So now I need to decide, do I really want to get this one? Right now I have 534 intelligence with something like that. With this one we would have 600, 700 just from gear and paragons, and then maybe you could get it up to 800 intelligence with the proper gear and stuff and 3 rows. But let's assume that it's 600. 600, not bad. For every 5%, for every 20 intelligence, you get 5%. This is what 30 times getting the 5%. That's 150, is it? That's pretty solid. That's percent of your crit strike damage. So yeah, I think if I look for crit strike damage notes, if I look for those, it would work. Let me first save this. Share. What level is it? 87. Oh, it's not really gonna be 87. Actually, it is. So at this point, it's ready to be finished, to be filled up. It's filling time. Let's fill it like an eclair. Mm, where is physical? Not physical, critical damage. There isn't that much critical damage. Honestly, I'm surprised. You see that the Sork doesn't have any critical damage on the Paragon boards except those three. How is it fair for this class to only have 3 critical damage things in the boards, while others have so much? I've seen on others multiple boards with stuff for crit damage. But okay, here we would be going for Ordex on the way, of course. Taking Burning Instinct. And can I remove this lookup? Let's remove it. So we took one of those. Is there another one that I would consider taking that I think is not that much? Burning. Change to vulnerable here. How many points? 1, 2, 3, 4 to hit. 4 to reach the damage to vulnerable. And on the other side, how much was the damage to vulnerable? Where did I put? Oh, actually, that was it. There wasn't other. 4. Have to take the damage reduction, unfortunately. Arranged in sensitivity way. So do I go for the wiki hit chance? I'm thinking execute and attack speed first. There's mana stuff. There's the non-physical damage. Get fire damage over time, too far away to make it worth picking. So we're skipping. Right now we don't have many options, do we? I mean, danger reduction from elites is not bad. We are extremely tanky with this setup, but might as well grab some danger reduction from elites. Or mana and life. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Could get attack speed. Again, it means casting speed as well. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And we have. Why can't I spend that 1 point? What the hell? Why? Do we? I think there is maybe some bug now. It used to let me go to renown 30. Maybe I have spare skill points that I didn't spend, and that's why the renown. Yeah. Yo, I got some attack speed, but it's probably not worth it. Those remaining quest points. For 5% attack speed, spending 1, 2. I could do this, obviously, but then it's again 5% attack speed for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 points. Not sure if I can justify this, but let me sort the skills first. Something is not right with those skills. Yeah, something with those skills. I missed two points. Why didn't I spend them? Well, there are places where they could be spent. Let me double check. I spend them here. Maybe a little healing, I don't know. I mean, glass cannon might have been okay, but yeah, let's save it that way. I put the points in warmth. Okay. Let me first edit this. Now let's figure out the last remaining 7 points, see where I want to put them. I think the introduction from elites is the most useful thing I can grab. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. I don't want to get strength. Okay, so int dex. Perfect. I mean, it would have been even better if I could grab this, but it's fine even without it. If I can grab a point from somewhere. Could get some life here if I wanted to. I remove points. Did I change that point? I want to fix it here as well. Or dex less willpower. Minor tweaks here and there. Optimizing setups. Next build I make should be Necro, by the way. And now I wonder what Necro I would make. I mean, not the one that's coming tomorrow. Tomorrow should be the Arrow Storm 2.0. Then Jugular. Then Walls of Steel, which again, this is not the real name of the build. I'll have to think of a name. Also, there's no 2.0. I'm just looking for a way to maybe squeeze a point. Quick hit chance might have been nice as well instead of. Where did I spend those last points? I can't remember. Here, instead of the danger reduction from elites, I could have taken Wiki hit chance. Let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 points. No way to reach it, so fuck it. Just trying to see if I can do any optimizations before I save this one. Doesn't seem like I can. Okay, save it. Debuts today. Time is it? 9:32. Yeah, after the next one, I'll be done with the builds. But overall, I haven't added the skills here, obviously, because it's gonna take too much time to do it. But yeah, let's copy the necro and Mr. Bones, which again I'm renaming to Doctor Bones because I like playing female necros, and it's gonna be weird. Um, if I show footage of a female necro, but it's actually Mr. Bones. Um, um, so I'm retconning it to Doctor Bones from Mr. Bones. I can't remember the original one, so I just need a moment to try and do that. A moment. Let me put those builds away to make room for the new ones. And this here, Necro. And the original Dr. Bones that I used to call Mr. Bones back then was a build using Bone Splinter, Bone Spear, Bone Prison, Iron Maiden, Bone Spirit, Bone Storm. Well, Bone Spirit is it's not something you wanna use if you have another spender. If you're gonna use Bone Spirit, you want it to be your only spender. And I might do that. I might build around Bone Spirit, excluding Bone Spear. Although Bone Spear is amazing for the vulnerable. This is the old stats though. The old stats. But Bone Spear making enemies vulnerable that easily. But let's look. There's other ways to make enemies vulnerable. I like using corpse tendrils, but it might not be enough all the time. Thankfully, the bone prison makes vulnerable as well. But yeah, this is gonna be an interesting build to make. Let me check the unique items again. There was one that's very nice for Bone Spirit. There's one that casts Bone Spirit automatically, and I'll probably use this one, auto casting Bone Spirit while using Bone Spear. Yet still leveling up Bone Spirit. I wonder if this Bone Spirit would consume my essence, because when you cast Bone Spirit, it takes all your essence immediately. Wow. Well, this one might not. We'll see. I've also do Corpse Explosion. I gotta use Corpse Explosion, get that easy resource generation going. Get as much corpses generated. So Blood Orbs. When you pick up 5 to 10 Blood Orbs, a free Bone Spirit is spawned, dealing bonus damage based on your current life percent. I don't know. It seems a little weird to have to go into Bone and Blood Orbs. But weird is nice. And here's the Bone Spear. Leaves behind echoes and it travels that explode, dealing end damage. We definitely want this one too. I'm gonna make this the centerpiece of the build, the Bone Spear. And then let's see about the Blood Wave. Converting Blood Wave. Maybe no. Maybe let me check the. I already did a build where I converted Void Wave into a dark skill, and not gonna convert into dark. Bone Storm converted into dark might be fun. Bone Storm into dark, and let's just look up everything with bone in it. I've got a bone to pick with this build. Generate essence when hitting vulnerable enemy with your bone skills. Solid. And on top of generating essence with critical strikes with bone skills increase your essence regeneration. Super spammy for a bone spirit build. Ossified essence key passive also increases the critical strike damage of your bone skills by plus 1% per essence above 50 up to 30 to 40. Bone storm consumes up to 8 corpses to increase its duration. Nice. I just wonder if I want to make it a shadow. Like Bone Prison can spawn a pool of blight for shadow. I can convert Bone Storm into a shadow skill as well. Bone Spear's primary attack makes enemies hit beyond the first vulnerable for whatever seconds, and Bone Shards from Bone Spear deal bonus damage to vulnerable enemies and pierce them. A lot of good stuff. Bone Spear deals increased damage based on distance traveled. And second of Bone Prison is destroyed. I don't care about that one. Each time that the Bone Storm damages an enemy, gain a barrier. I definitely want that for survivability. And I also want consuming a corpse has chance to spawn a blood orb. Okay, we have shit tons of good stuff for this setup to work with. Whether I go and convert Bone Storm to Shadow, I'm not sure about that yet, but about the rest of the stuff, I'm definitely sure. Let me pick my skills first. Do I want Bone Splinter as my generator? I mean, if I'm gonna be using Bone Spear, do I need this one for vulnerable? Probably not. Not sure if I want to go Shadow or not. But let's say, does this do Shadow damage over time? This does over time, so we could do it. We could do it, yeah. One is this, that's the Conjurer. That build for now. Mm, let's see first Book of the Death. What am I gonna do with those? One, two, three. I want Bone Spirit. 4. Wait, does this get any better? 8%, so 10% extra damage per point. So, no, I'm gonna keep this as a 1-pointer, honestly. I don't know. Although I'm gonna get extra points from the unique item eventually. Okay. So here's the thing. I've got points. I've got 4 points, exactly the number of points I might need to max out Bone Spirit. But then I could put some shadow stuff and again go for that shadow build. And I think again, let's lean into the shadow a little more. Let's be like Bane, born in the darkness, molded by it. um, let's see. Darkness skills have up to a 15% chance to stun for one. Only 4 points though. I mean, just testing that it's really 4 points. Yeah. Not sure if it's gonna be as rewarding as something else. For example, damage to distant enemies, not so bad. I think 4 points into Bone Spirit ain't a bad idea. In fact, I might try and yeah, 4 points. There we go. Yeah, this is it for the skills. But now we have a lot of stuff to do. Wait, did I take Bone Prison? I did. Okay. No, I didn't. Okay. This is where we put those points, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and Bone Prison will be our 6th skill. And that way, Bone Spirit is here. This because it's annoying. Bone Spirit will be level 2, but we can have Bone Spirit, Bone Prison. I found it very annoying to use Bone Prison, but for the sake of the Bone build fantasy, I'm gonna keep it. Who knows? Maybe later on it becomes super solid. Okay, let's keep boning here. Okay, let me go for the items first. Why is it highlighting stuff that is not bone? Where is the bone here? There is no bone in this one. Or in this one. That should be bone stuff under necromancer. So Harlequin's crest, we won't be able to use it all the time because build around me for this one unique is a helmet. Not sure how good that one would be, but I'll still include the Shaku here, and of course for Hell Tides you definitely would want that one. We have a Cuirass over here for the Cuirass, and we have did I include the corpse explosion item? I think I should. Another item I'm considering including is the Bloodless Scream, but it's two-handed sight for pro builds. It's for people who really min max synergizing to the point they can they would be okay with one less aspect. This one is for a different build. Darkness and Chilling and Frost. Um, it could work well, but I wouldn't want maybe Bone Spear in that one setup. I would probably go hard mode onto Corpse Explosion without this one though. Um, and again the one with the Darkness version. And I'm not sure whether Blood Wave with Darkness or Bone Storm with Bone Storm with Darkness might be better. And then taking Blight, I would definitely take Blight with the Seki pulling if I go Bloodless Scream. And maybe what was the name of that other skill? Another one that would go amazingly well would be the Reaping skill. Sever could go very well with it. And only using Blight as a Seki skill rather than as a damaging skill. But we can use Corpse Tendrils as a Seki skill. But in any case, that's a different build. Let's go back to the importance now. Um, Black River. Oh shit. Okay, we'll do that again. And let's just go all the way. So now Blood Orbs is what we'll need. A bunch of other useful stuff. Since I've decided to go Darkness, be the Bane. A build where I'm not taking Corpse Tendrils. It's been a while. Yeah, what? What? Copy paste again because of the book. So Bone Storm, doing damage over time. Then the essence generation, I want both of those. Now maybe I'll remove one of them. I could generate plenty of essence by just using corpse explosion. But if if um, if there's no corpses nearby right away, begin the fight, it would be nice to have something else. Maybe the second essence regeneration one maybe we can skip that one for now. I do want me extra survivability though. Yes. Oh, now wait. That is the unique item, so this is probably removed. Possessed wood. Yeah, one's been removed, which is pretty much the same as the unique. They made it into a unique pretty much. How it goes. But this one hasn't been. Now we will be sacrificing certain things, obviously. Once the uniques start dropping, certain things need to go away. One more aspect. We're sacrificing the helmet. Sacrificing the armor and the one-handed weapon. And alternatively the helmet for this one too. So two things that could help with sacrificing the helmet. Um, 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 6 if this one doesn't allow offensive, but it should if it's not killed. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We don't need any more offensive, I think. Just to be on the safe side though, let's double check if we missed something nice. Home prison and blight, I don't think I want that, but could stay there temporarily. Wait, was that resource? It was resource. What's the time? 10 p.m. Okay, I should be done with this build in time. Sometimes to spare as well. How long has it been? It's been 5 hours 43 minutes streaming. Not bad. Made three setups, and one is on the way. I made the hard stuff. The easy stuff is to pick the stats and the gems. The paragons is the most time consuming thing. Okay. Don't want this one losing its spot. So let's oh, it's already there. Good. Shooting storm. I also would rather not have this lose its spot. So maybe on a shield, or maybe on. We'll see. It could also work on an amulet, but for now, let's do the other stuff first. The amulet. What would I put in the amulet? I think I want to get boosted. This one is perfect for the amulet SWAT. On. Wait, first. Let's. One also could be. Oh yeah, this is better for the amulet. The amulet is serration right now. But do I increase attack damage or do I increase in general damage? But this one is read again what exactly the mechanic was, because I keep forgetting. Completely increased damage power. Point of essence you have above 50 upon cast. Oh, and it will also increase the critical damage for each point of essence. For essence above 50 up to 30 to 40%, which will go up to 60 to 80%. Wow, this one will work only on vulnerable enemies. Bone shots from bone spear deal bonus damage to vulnerable enemies per here's them. Yeah, I think I'll keep this one here. Splintering. It also goes in the two-handed if you're using a two-handed. Quelling curse. Wolves. We have 1, 2, 3, and 4. 3 actually, that's 3. One of the rings needs to go, I guess. one is a wiki hit thingy. But let's say we remove the fast boot aspect. You want something temporary that we know we would be okay to lose. Ideally yellow or green. Wasn't there one thing about sacrifice bonuses? Oh, yeah, but it's not the right cover. So I guess protector is a temporary. It's early game unlock. Temporary one for the helmet or for the chest. Thing is, both helmet and chest we would lose an item regardless of what we do. So I have to get rid of one of those two eventually, unless I sacrifice the amulets. What? 1, 3, 4. You have 5 and 1, 3. I removed fast boot. 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, which one could I there? One definitely goes over here. It's okay. Oosh, no. Aspect of the protector goes up there because we know it will get replaced. That's fine. On the chest, oh boy, oh boy. No matter what I do, once we get whatever's here, I'll have to just rearrange certain things. Let's find the one thing I'm willing to get rid of. I think eventually I need to get rid of this thing. Not that massive damage. It's still good number of damage increase, but not that massive. Okay, so if I put this one here, I put swelling curse. I put swelling curse. I put osseous gale. Yes, Welling Curse is the one I could see myself losing. Oh, my mouse needs recharging. Let me recharge while using it. It won't. Ah, fuck. There's probably Windows update. Normally, only when there's Windows update does it not let me charge my mouse while using it. So which one is missing? Ultimate Shadow? Yeah. Okay. I'll just do it that way. The one that I'm okay to lose remains here. So that you can easily move this one, not this one. This one can go here easily. On the moment we get the unique chest. Okay, so Shooting Storm goes in the offhand. I'll fix those later. So offhand Shooting Storm. Mm. Splintering is in the one-handed weapon. Where is it? Lin? Lin? Okay, ring 1 and 2 would be Ultimate Shadow Exposed Flesh. And Embaumer, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, what was the rework? Duration is in the amulet and it remains there, right? Just helm sight. Okay. Oh, yeah, one-handed needs to be the sight, which means if we do that, that splintering aspect, we have to sacrifice one more thing, and it shouldn't be the splintering aspect, I think. We already sacrificed Swelling Curse. I don't want to sacrifice this. I want to sacrifice this. I don't want to sacrifice this. What was the duration of Bone Storm? The default duration. 10 seconds. Man, I can get up to 18 seconds with that one item if I'm lucky. So, kind of, yeah, not worth losing it. Bone shards from Bone Spear deal 50 to 100% bonus damage to vulnerable enemies is too good to look fucking broken. What do I sacrifice? Um, I think I get it. I think one, two. Ghost Flesh, maybe we can sacrifice that one. Yeah, and we sacrifice Exposed Flesh. We put Splintering here. Then the what was the name of the site? Deathless Visage. No, Black River. Black River. I didn't select it. Wait, Sky. Wait. He's asking for food. Duration. Yeah. And then what is left? Gloves and chest. For gloves, again, we'll be moving probably stuff. Actually, let's keep Osseous Essence there. And chest. Chest is the unique one. Okay, let me just save this. Okay, let's give Sky some food. Just a moment. I'm not sure how much battery life my mouse has. Should have left it charging. Yeah, this one. I've got 14% battery life, which should last me until the time I'm planning to stop the stream, which is when I finish the paragons for this build. Now that we've got the skills ready, we've got the gear ready, and sorted what goes in which slot, with all the uniques in the setup. Let me see if I'm missing Serration, Ultimate Shadow, Gale, Splintering, Black River, Visage, Artisan's Cuirass. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm missing something. Osseous Gale, Serration, Ultimate Shadow, Splintering, Swelling, Curse. Let's select it. Okay. The rest is fine. So now comes the part with the with the paragons, and that one would be a challenge. This build is a little bit of a it's different than the rest I've made when it comes to paragons. But I still have my info from the previous the Hemomancer, which I can use here. At least for some of those, I can use it as information, additional information. Yep. Let's check all of those. Hitting enemies with bone skills, bone graft. We need to check bone graft and what it does. Bone graft. It's like a board with a lot of intelligence, probably 65. It has 49 dex. 49 dex. int. How much willpower? Come on, willpower. There it is. 34 willpower. Very low, but okay. Maximum essence increased by 3 for 8 seconds, stacks up to 7.5 and 22.5 maximum essence. That's not bad, but the amount of the amount of points you need to spend to reach it is a little annoying. Thankfully, the stuff on the way is kind of okay. It's doable. Like with the previous build where we had that one thing that was worth it. But begets, but I mean, I don't need this, but I do need better chance for blood orbs to drop. See, but maybe wither no. Actually, why no? Wither is yes. Let's see. Wither is strong. Yes. Let me. There. Let me copy those and I'll see which one is repeating and which one doesn't. And Sky keeps wanting food. Even though I gave him a little, he wants more. So just a second. I don't want to give him too much because he might puke. Okay, let's see which one is repeating. But gets what is repeating. But is repeating. Yeah, everything except with. So okay, that's saving me a little bit of time. End of death I know. The cheater I know. Monstrosity we don't care about. And Code Leader we don't care about much. I mean, in the worst case, I could go this Hawking Monstrosity if it really has all the stuff it needs, but it's int port. From the looks of it, it's mostly int, and then decent amount of dex. It only has 2 strength, so 3 strength. Never mind then, not that great. Even if I invest into it without taking the blue stuff, but again, not worth it. So now we can just start looking at the good stuff, which is the sockets. Let's see which ones I might need for bone builds. Also, I need, just give me 2 minutes. I need to go and take a piece. I've been holding it for a while. So if you're on Twitch, I can run some ads for like 90 seconds. If you're on another platform, you just have to stare at the BRB screen. So just give me 90 seconds to take a piece break. Let me just quickly run the ads. There it is. And be right back. Okay, I'm back. Thanks for waiting. So where were we? Selecting. Oh yeah, checking the all the sockets to see which socket is good for me. So Abyssal, definitely stay away from it for this build. I mean, you getting the bonus is nice. The minions not nice for us, but increased non-physical damage could work for the shadow damage. I might write it down later if you need it. Amplify, no. Blood drinker, no. Row, already have it here, right? Yeah. Darkness, do I have it there? Darkness. What was darkness? I mean, I have it for the dark ward, so I can copy it from there. Enter storm ward, dark ward should be right before it. Okay. Darkness. Let me copy those here first quickly. Let's go down. So darkness and scourge. I think that's the important stuff. But we also need bone stuff. Dominate. Not sure if we'll be overpowering or what. We don't have much fortify on this build, but considering essence, definitely taking essence. Void as well, and Gravekeeper, nope. Fiber, Mage, Bench. What does Revenge do? Thorns damage. Well, we do have no minions. This one could work. Sacrificial, I mean. Wasn't there one that gives us bone damage? There are no things that give you bone damage. There are ones for shadow. There are ones for physical. Bone is physical, non-elemental. So there is that one that gives you non-physical damage. I don't see the one that gives me physical damage. But there is shadow damage over time, thankfully. And shadow damage, which again is good for us. All the important stuff I have here. Let's decide what we start with. Church might be decent to start with. Wait, it's better to start with int. Um, although I could consider one of those 240% nodes to start with early. We can include more boards. Out of those, I'll pick 5 or 4 or 6. We'll see. If I get 240% to yellow nodes, maybe it's not gonna be bad. One. But for every close corpse, I'm not a fan of this. Storms, I'm not a fan of. Sacrificial would be nice. Extra magic nodes within range bonuses. Love to have something with int. Blood Drinker, this is it. I used Blood Drinker before, I'll use Blood Drinker now again. I think it is a good synergy. I'm not gonna have as much orbs, but I will have some orbs with this one. So Blood Drinker would be a good starting point. So we have more Fortify, so there is a reason to invest into Overpower in the solid way. So we need int. It said blue is stronger, right? In that case, we might as well grab some solid blue stuff. Might need it. We need 2 more int, and it's easy to get. There's 2 here, there's 2 here, there's 2 here. Plenty of ones we can take. I'll just take those 2. Now we have plenty of extra stats at the beginning. Next, what we want to do is wither, most likely. Wither for int. We have other stuff for dex. So wither for int. And with int, we either go control. Well, we definitely don't want skeletal mages in that list anymore. Where is the warrior? We don't want the warrior in that list either. I would rather go for crit damage with core skills. or overpower. So we're looking for willpower or dex board. Dex board bone graft is a good dex board. Yeah. So bone graft it is. Oh, okay. Let's remove all the stuff. Keep it dex only for now. But we do want that anyway. And do I enter through here or through there? I think, yeah, through here is fine. And now open the door for me to be closer to this. If I take it that way, it means I can go later. I'm not gonna go later there. So fuck that. Although whether it's here or here, no difference. Next I set put dark. Wait, why is darkness here? This was a dex board, and I wanted to put essence. Now core skills, 188%. It's at the lower level. It's 39. No, yeah, 39. Crit damage increase, but yeah, 188%. Nice. Next, overpower, I guess. So for overpower, we would need a willpower board. Willpower board cult leader has 70. And if we don't take the rest of the stuff, cult leader, it's a cult classic. So yeah, we don't need this shit here. We just need the stats, the willpower. Now we have to take some minion damage, unfortunately, and intelligence, but it's the price we have to pay for having a solid amount of willpower, right? Let's put dominate there. Unless I had a mistake and it's not. Wait, that's only 39. Wait, what? Why does this say 70? I think this is 70 int, not willpower. Unless it got patched or something and I had all the information and it was the other way around before. I have to double check. So cult leader doesn't seem to be great. Okay, scent of death, but begets but are the boards we are looking into now. Fuck this one. How do I bring it back? Where did cult leader go? I want to make sure it's unsocketed. So scent of death or blood begets blood, and I need to check them first. See what's around here. Blood orb healing. Not the best, but overpower damage is nice. Where is sense of death here? Crit strike damage. Okay. Damage to injured, crit strike damage. Damage to. There's more crit strike damage. And the other one was overpower damage. Damage, wow, healthy damage, overpower damage. Okay. I'll go overpower first. BBB. Where's the BBB? Yeah, junk here, good stuff there. And in here we were putting dominate. Will be the dominus of this house. That was willpower. Let's grab them all. Okay, I see it. So I have to exit through here maybe. And skip that dex there. Might be better to keep it close to this one for filling later. Next, another willpower maybe. Got Undaunted Imbiber. Got Darkness, which is shadow damage, and Scourge, which is shadow damage over time. If we do Scourge, that means yeah, willpower, which there's Flesh. No, Scent of Death. If we go Wither, won't have as much. So Scent of Death should be it. Death, where did it go? And the good thing is we can actually take Scent of Death because it's close to that thing there. But not approach it in this way first. Let's try and make a turn towards this way maybe. That's the way. Uh-huh, uh-huh. Let's see, what am I putting here? This one was willpower, right? So I'm putting Scourge now. Way to approach this would be Yeah, it's this thing. Then we go up, up. Then with this we go that way. No, better if we go this way. Because boom, boom, bam, boom. We're taking this. It's for 1, 2, 3. Yeah, for 5 points it's worth it. Maybe, arguably. I mean, we're getting 15 damage reduction if there's 2 nearby corpses, at least, and if there's no, get 15 increased damage. For 5 points, well, at least we're closer to the crit strike damage, so in any case, we would have needed those 1, 2, 3 points. So let's say this is for 2 points rather than for 3. And next up, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. One seems like the better option because this one is double the dex, while the other one is actually, this one could be the same if I go that way, but yeah. Okay, next I think it's already time for Wither to join the chat. Wither joins the chat. You don't have many options there. I mean, I could do another willpower 49, better than 65 int to go wasted on damage to crowd control, and then I can get maybe extra shadow damage. What I want to confirm is, do I do non-overtime shadow damage? Does shadow damage increase shadow damage over time? Because it says they do shadow damage. Oh, they do they do direct shadow damage. It's just that it converts the regular physical damage into shadow, and on top of that, it gives them damage over time. Additional, so I will still benefit greatly from extra shadow damage. So yeah, Wither, and I'll use that 49 willpower this time around. 49 willpower. No, that way. Although, am I gonna connect another board? I mean, I haven't added exploit yet, but is there gonna be room for it? And if there is, I'll probably exit through here after taking those for exploit. Seems like the smartest way to do it, rather than trying to connect it over there. Okay, so whether we are definitely not going to grab it, but we'll grab this thing here and put. So what did I say I'm putting here? This is which one? Wither with the darkness. Wither in the darkness. One, two, three, four, five. 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7. Already have two here towards that way uncovered. Looking for 49 willpower. I'm missing. Oh yeah, this one. Yeah, it's clear that I need to enter through this way here. So not necessarily that way. 1, 2, 3. Better to go 1, 2. Okay, at this point is probably the early setup safe. Well, 19 necro. Safe. And I could either add one more board or start filling. Or maybe there's room for everything. We'll see. Let me save this quickly. Man, 4 builds today. 4 builds. I expected to make 3, didn't expect to make a 4th one. Although that's not the full build, that's the theory craft. So the build videos, one a day, keeps the FOMO away. There's not gonna be any missing out done for you. Okay, so now that we've done, I had to save it over there, wrong place. Now that we have it as the basic version, let's do the standard version, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Now we need a good dex board for this exploit damage. Bone graft is 49, but we already used it for essence, if I'm not mistaken. Bloodbath, did we use bloodbath? I guess it will tell me here. Bloodbath, oh, perfect, perfect. What we needed. $49 dex board is lovely. What was the name? Exploit. Int WT. Let's get all the D first. This board wants the D. Let's give it to it. It's getting all the D it needs. Let's make sure that's the case. 49, yeah, 49. Now, obviously, we're doing this, that. Point us to go down there. I need to connect this probably that way, that way, that way, and that way. So now we have options in terms of viewers. We've got overpower damage here and damage while healthy. We've got damage while fortified and HP. But that's not as good as, for example, there's damage to injured. And there's crit strike damage, which we immediately need to go and get. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, just to reach it. Damn. Really worth it? There's damage to injured here. Let's look around here. And damage to taking shadow damage over time enemies. Damage to elites. This one is more like it. Shadow damage over time, definitely a reasonable thing to grab. One, two, three, four. Versus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Actually, it's 5 as well. 3 int 2 willpower. And this one would give me some dex. And now I've got 1 point. Let me check if I've missed something nice that I might have taken. I mean, this crit damage I've missed, but there's just too many dead weight nodes. I wanted to avoid the dead weight nodes. I think we squeezed them dry. We took a fresh grape and we turned it into a raisin. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 boards squeezed and dry. We even took a legendary, which again it was on the way. That's why I'm happy with this. Just one more point to spend. I don't know where. I could just leave it with one spare point for people to put into whatever stat they might need, or resistance or whatever. Pointless for me to spend this point when it's not gonna make or break the build. Okay, well, I'll do the rest of those builds when it's time. Tomorrow will be the time for the Arrow Storm 2.0. This one I haven't figured out a name for it yet. Um, I'll figure out something. Um, but yeah, other than that, I'm happy. We've got the Jaguar Barb, we've got the Arrow Storm 2.0, which again, that's not the skills here. That's not the right skills. I decided to use penetrating shot this time around, and that's a very interesting decision on my part. With the Jaguar, um, but the toughest build to figure out in terms of skills, optimization and skills, because again, swapping as a mechanic, kind of not a fan of it, and it doesn't seem like it will be strong. Even on paper, it seems pretty weak, but I've tried it in the betas, and it's just not that fun. Um, and then Dr. Bones, which used to be called Mr. Bones, but I'm retconning the name to Dr. Bones 2.0. Decent setups. Bit by bit, each of those will come as a build video. Um, one a day. It's the 20th, so let's say roughly we've got 10 days. In those 10 days, I'm probably gonna release less than 10 videos because I need to make upcoming games videos for June, for the high profile and the low profile. I probably would split them into one high profile, one low profile. I'm not gonna do 3D underdog and 2D underdog. Um, but yeah, thanks everyone for stopping by, watching something like that. I mean, I know there's not many people that would enjoy watching me do this crazy stuff. That's the min maxing and squeezing the boards dry for paragons and making the builds. But the builds are coming, so that's the more fun stuff. The final product. Keep it cool. Until next time from me, and goodbye, Struck Quap.